But we need to make sure to hit record first. It's important. So if I'm not mistaken, the way this works... This is a collectathon, which I put real thought into making its own category, which is kind of what prompted the whole discussion. Then I realized that, no, there's just not enough collectathons that we have or will cover to really justify making a whole new genre just for it. Oops. So instead, we will put this under 3D platformer. This actually isn't where I wanted to go. Oh well. It'll do. I've never played the LEGO Star Wars games. So my honest answer to you would be, This came out just a couple years ago, J. Palmer, so no. Over it? Is it over? It's over up there? Sure. It's way up there. Okay. Hello, Trunifor. I stung myself falling through the bramble. The small race is just like me, super dangerous. Okay, sure. And we're done. Whoa! Yeah. Wow, I just cannot make that run. Okay. I'm gonna stop trying to make that jump. There we go. Give me my camera control back. Wow. Okay. Hi, Crazy Horse. There. Whoa, 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 whoa. It just... I'm actually doing worse. I am doing worse. God damn. I'm actually doing worse. Jesus. Okay. Oh, that's even worse. I think actually I'm going to give a negative for the races. It's, I believe, the first gameplay negative we thought of. You're probably wondering, what for? Well, the way it takes your camera control away from you, while requiring you to do extremely fast and precise maneuvering, is not what I would call very fun. Or well designed, more importantly. Jesus. Yeah, I'm fine with 100%ing most of this game, but I don't think I'm going to bother with most of the races. And there's no option, too. It's just, no, screw you. Yeah, let's jot that negative down. Oh, right. Hey, Zach Taft. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna never do a race again. So here's the latch we saw last time. And we're dead instantly. Perfect. One of my favorite things to do is to die instantly. Waters of Balnea. Bathroom. We've had garden. Well, indoor garden. Are you sure we did the right thing? I don't know. Not really. I must protect my constituents' sleep no matter the cost, even if my soul be forfeit. It was really mean, though. Good thing we're incognito. Without the objects we hid, the party's over. We should have peace for a time. Let's go home and rest. That's a lot of toilet paper. Legion or Dragonflight, I would say. Master, welcome. I am Mayor of Dung Beetle Pit. I learned you were in Balnea for our component. I would like to hand it over to you right now, but I made a big mistake and I need your help. We have neighbors, the silverfish, who live on the other side of the wall. They have a temperament that's very different from ours. They like to party, to make noise, to splash. Last night their antics kept up my constituents all night and almost flooded the place. With no other choice, I had to order the sabotage of the festivities to restore calm. Unfortunately, since then the silverfish have been uncooperative. They are done with us, and I think they even borrowed the scissors of the city as revenge. I beg of you, help make up for my mistake. There's a ventilation shaft up there that leads to their atrium. My assistant, Clorox, should be in the process of negotiating. Could you join her? Sure. Something that isn't talked about as much as I'd like, which I like to bring up as constantly as I can, is the importance of angled cameras. I actually brought this up during GTA 5, for example. What the... That was strange. I brought this up during GTA 5 because this is the camera angle the game started us with. So this isn't always designed, but you can always tell when it's really well designed in a game where they actually want you to be looking in a direction and thinking about something. This, along with diegetic lighting, aka in-universe lighting, are two really important tools to help guide the player's eye without actually having a signpost saying, "There's some over here." So you notice how just by looking at this, we have kind of a map and a route of where we can get started exploring this place immediately without even starting to spread out. And that's cool, and I like that. Any questions? I had a random thought, which I'm almost assuredly not going to implement, because Lord knows I don't need to add even more work to my schedule right now. I had a thought about having an extra factor in the calculation of the golden number. I don't know what I'd call it, but the idea is quit point. In other words, if and when in a game's cycle, I get to the point where I'm just ready to stop playing the game.
Oh.
Electric Tinykin. Not what I was expecting, but sure. Mom, who's Ardwin exactly? It's complicated. We don't really know. Ardwin is someone watching over us. That's why you need to say thank you, you understand? I don't know, why don't we go see him in the cathedral in Sanctor? Ardwin is kind. He helps all, whether they sit in the cathedral or pray at home or in the room. Well, thanks, Mr. Ardwin. Thanks for being kind, everyone. I've also debated just doing that for my own sake, just for statistics. Because you know I love my statistics. But it would be interesting to see, for example, what percentage of... what percentage of a game is, you know, good, and what percentage of the game is... can we get on with it? The problem is, I can't really do that in reverse. Like, I haven't been keeping track of that number, so that would be a new statistic to keep track of. So it would only be from this point onwards. But yeah, like, for example, you mentioned Maneater, but I got a much better example. Shadows over Loathing. So Maneater would be like 90%, right? 90% good, 10% I'm done with this. Yes, this is a collectathon, true form. Something like, say, Shadows over Loathing would be more like 50%. Much worse. It's nice of you to come and talk to us. Many people call us disgusting, dirty. However, it's because of our lifestyle that the house is kept clean. I mean, we have enough to eat thanks to these people. I'm not complaining. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you. I was praying to Ardwin. The temple in Sanctor is not very welcoming to my kind. Yeah, I noticed that! Yes, that sounds like someone who is very, very stupid, Zacto. Thank you for being part of the show, Five. I'll jot that down. For Hitman 3, Yakuza 0, and the Mario Kart block. Like, just off the top of my head, let's look at the recent games we've played. Yeah, Theme Park is the specific quit point for Super Mario Sunshine. But like Mark of the Ninja, never really got bored of that. Invisible Ink, never got bored of that. Oxygen not included, that's a weird case, but I would call that 100% as well. Wargroove, I ran into that point really early. Like, really, really early. So that'd probably be more like 20%, if not lower. Maneater would be like 80-90%. Star Wars Squadrons, that's a weird one, because I never stopped having fun with that, so that would be 100%. Ruiner, weirdly enough, despite the sensory overload problem, and the fact that the game literally gave me a headache, I never actually got tired of playing it, so that would be another 100%. Cthulhu Saves the World, 100%. Shadows over Loathing, 50%. GTA 5, that's a weird one, because, again, the specific modifier is when I want to stop playing the game. And despite the story issues of GTA 5, which absolutely exist, I never stopped wanting to play GTA 5. So GTA 5 would be another 100%er. Untitled Goose Game would be 100%. Wildermyth, would probably be about 20%. Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts would probably be about 10%. Lunar, I'm not sure about Lunar. I have to think about that one. The Boffs were their own thing. The Marios, Asheron's Call 7, or I mean, god damn it. Ace Combat 7. I don't rightly remember. Which is part of why it's a fag figure I haven't really been tracking. See, Inquisition's a really good question. Because you're right, Inquisition's unique in the fact that I was tired of the side stuff, but once we got back to the main stuff, I stopped being tired of it. Right? So I never really hit that point after I stopped hitting that point. As weird as that sounds. You met my cousin, timidly? He was in Sanctor like you. Apparently the shield bugs are passing through. He must have a full belly at least. Well, yeah, like, for example, if we were to include FF14 in that, there are absolutely multiple parts in FF14, which I just got sick of playing the game. But all of those were followed by a part where I was no longer sick of playing the game. So it's like dipping in and out, you know? I will also admit, the real reason this was occurring to me wasn't really to add it to the golden number. It was just something that occurred to me. Because if my review philosophy was a bit different, what I could, and arguably would do, is rather than reviewing any given game to conclusion, I would review a game up to a certain point. That point, right? The I'm ready to be done with this game point. And then I'd put the game down and review the game as of that moment in time. Now, whether that's fair or biased or up or down or it's sideways or inside out is certainly debatable. But you probably see the logic behind it. Even for games that get better later, if you hit a point where it's like, ugh, I just want to stop playing the game, that's noteworthy. Aww. Jack's not a very good swimmer, so I thought of giving him a board as unsinkable as our love. Sure. Yeah, that takes several, doesn't it? I don't even have enough for that. Something I've been debating doing anyways, this might actually work out. Something I've been debating doing is getting rid of the total score on the actual the sorted table that's on the website. Because it's kind of irrelevant and doesn't really mean anything. It's mostly there because it was there originally. And I could replace that with a percentage. Percent of the game that I legitimately enjoyed. And obviously I can only estimate. Of course you do like throw. Just, why? Why? Why do you like the total score? Explain yourself, sir. Yes, the total score is the gameplay plus story. I'm only a humble pitman. I take care of serving everyone with good fresh water. Speaking of which, you didn't dirty the water by going through the bowl, did you? No, no. Where's that? Okay. When I say jump, I don't mean, like, go through the water. I mean jump, game. Anyways. Going forwards, the, I could actually be really specific with how much of a percent of a game is, you know, worthwhile. How much of a percent of the game is positive, essentially. But going back, I can only estimate. So, like, you could see 83.26%, and then you go to an older game, it would just say 20, you know. Rough estimation. Alright, so let's see what happens if we do this, shall we? Oh, those are just spent now on that. Okay. Wow. Oh, I mean, I actually agree with you on that, Luke, believe it or not. As I've said many times, review philosophy is something I believe very strongly in. And when I say review philosophy, I mean everyone has a different review philosophy. It's one of the reasons the PFR concept exists. Some people disagree with me on that. Some people think I should review 100% of the game every single time. And that's their review philosophy. They think it's not an acceptable review unless I've not only done everything, but done it multiple times. That's another one I hear very frequently. Hell, I heard that literally just yesterday. That my review of Shadows Over Loathing is an invalid review unless I replay the game over and over and over. I even acknowledge the point there, because one of the things I try to do is notate how familiar I am with the game, which, of course, will absolutely have an impact on the score of it, good and bad. I don't remember their name, J. Palmer. You expect me to remember people's names? I remember your name. It's gone. Boom. Actually, you'll notice I kind of go out of my way to not name names, because I don't like doing that in general, just as a standard policy. Let's see those. It was you, J. Palmer. J'accuse. I also, just while we're here, if you don't mind my sharing, because I got to smile during my lunch break. Oh, hang on. Apparently Breath of Fire 2 has great gameplay. That's a comment I just got. Sure. But what I really love is the comment that says that Breath of Fire 2 has great gameplay. Says that the only thing I don't like about Breath of Fire 2's gameplay is grind. Keep in mind, even in the video they're commenting on, I pointed out like 6 or 7 different things that have nothing to do with grinding. In fact, I don't think I mentioned grinding at all, because Valve 2 is not a grindy game. Anyways, moving on. It's almost like they didn't even watch the video. I get that all the time. But no, the real comment I wanted to share was someone who says that, and I quote, that I endlessly bash Star Trek to death without mercy. Greens. Any positive comments? Probably? I haven't really seen any lately. I'm sure they exist. That's true, I am bald! I think the hyperbole involved is what really got a smile out of me. Endlessly, mercilessly bashing. As if Star Trek needs to be defended from some random, irrelevant yahoo on the internet. That would be me, by the way. As if a multi-billion-dollar cultural icon. Anyways. And we're dead. Honestly, anybody who's watched me for any length of time knows that occasionally the gloves do come off. But that's actually really rare. It is substantially more likely that I remain trying to be tolerant, understanding, and give leeway than I just say, oh, this sucks, and immediately move on from it. I know that some people disagree with that, and those people are wrong. Hey, Zephyrin. Hello, TSB. Happy Monday. Anyways, YouTube comments suck. Water's wet. But I had to share that. I'm not actually joking when I say that got a legitimate laugh out of me. It was just, what? That? Whew, okay. Like, of all the things... I mean, I have literally been accused of being a Nazi yesterday, and that's still less ridiculous than that comment. Letter. I have no idea what to say. I'm sorry. You should probably cut this dialogue short. Worried it might bore you. Ah, you're fine. Something that I try very hard to do, mostly during the audit phase, which... I suppose this is my fault, because I usually don't call it out when I'm doing it during the audit phase, because that slows down the audit phase, and I'm trying not to take too long on the audit phase. But something I do very frequently is, even for a game I didn't like, if I'm going through the audit, and I notice something that should be a positive that I missed, and I'll do like a quick mental check, right? Because sometimes I have this, screw this game reaction, then it's like, oh, hang on. Just give me a second. Does this game actually deserve this positive? That actually happened with Shadows Over Loathing, by the way, so that's extremely recent in my memory. But that's a normal part of the auditing process. But you're probably thinking, well, hang on, why is that your fault? Well, it's not like I really present that, right? If you weren't paying attention to the score and you weren't paying attention to what I was doing, you would be forgiven for thinking that I never even give away those in due justice or in due fairness positives and negatives. Because, you know, I don't really talk about them. I don't sit here and go, blurred. I have put thought... I don't want to do this. I'm going to be real. But I have put thought into changing up the totally a real rumination, definitely wink winks, and making it so I just kind of go down the list with the positives and the negatives and summarize each of them. Now, you're probably thinking, why wouldn't you want to do that? Even a relatively short game like Shadows Over Loathing, which is only 20 hours, and how many points to go through? Yeah, no, it would be extra work for something that nobody really cares about anyways, and people are already complaining about. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I will actually complain about the fact that people are complaining about the ruminations being back. Yes, really, that's a real thing that's happening. Mostly they're complaining that they're too short, or they're not like they used to be, or they missed the intro song, or they want the little Patreon thing at the end to be back. In other words, they wanted ruminations back, and now they're unhappy that they're not what they want. So, that's a thing. I should probably also mention that I was extremely close to quitting doing those post-ruminations again this last week. Because, you know, they take up extra time and effort that I could spend doing anything else in my life right now. Like, from a managerial perspective, the ruminations are a colossal waste of time. And band, I gotta be honest. Hearing people, and this is not a new thing, this is not an infrequent thing, hearing people complain about the ruminations being back has not really been endearing me to continuing to do them. Let's try for that one first. Ooh, hello. How am I supposed to get to that? Oh, here, I can pull one up from literally today. If you want. I miss these things being hours long. You gotta do what you gotta do, but streams don't do anything for me, so it's too bad these ruminations are too few and too short. That's a comment from today. Oh, I know. If I stop again, people will whine about that. People will whine about everything. The real problem there is it's really easy. I can talk about this for a second. Really easy to get stuck in the mental trap of just people aren't worth listening to at all, you know? To just completely mentally block people out. And, that's, honestly, in my opinion, not the correct move either. You know, all or nothing is not the correct decision there. But it's really tempting to just be like, yep, no, we're done. And just black out everything, right? Why is there so much freaking toilet paper? This is why COVID was the way it was. Okay, that's got to be the silverfish, because I do not see Jack out here. Yeah, anytime someone complains, instant ban. And you know what's funny? How many of you have either personally or heard of someone personally who has been banned from a large-scale streamer and or YouTuber for a seemingly minor offense? Now, this might be unrelated, but something that's an increasingly common thing, and has been for years, is that those people are so used to the drivel, to the garbage and the toxic stew that spews from people's fingertips as they type into their keyboards, that their tolerance levels are at 0. So they have absolutely no tolerance for anything. So, if you say something that could even remotely be construed as negative, they're out, right? Just boom, just like that. Not defending it, just pointing it out. I will say personally, from an extremely just individual personal perspective, and I'm a dinky nobody, right? That it's really easy to assume the worst out of what someone says, whether it's on YouTube or on stream. It's actually one of the reasons, and this is true, I have several people that I regularly reach out to about certain types of comments or reactions, just to see if my reading on them is correct. And for the record, I'm not always correct about those readings. Hell. The reason I bring that up is it's really easy to get defensive. It's really, really easy to just assume that whatever someone's saying is just the worst. Especially when it gets so normal, you know? I mean, again, mercilessly bashing Star Trek and being literally called a Nazi are two things that happened in the past 2 days for me. So. We can't leave these poor people to suffer. Also, we really need the scissors. I mean, we could leave them to suffer. I like suffer. Some rando on the internet saw it come. Now, here's the really cool part. Check this out. At first glance, I thought, oh, it's someone commenting on Patterns of Force, which, for those of you not familiar with it, is the episode of Star Trek, the original series, which dealt with the Nazi Party and fascism, right? Right? I've talked about that episode. So I was like, aha! That's why they're saying it. They're just making a joke about it. No. Completely unrelated video. So here's the bathtub area, I suppose. Baby shark, doo 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 doo. And we were truly very sorry. We would hope that. No, nah, not cool at all, dude. Master Milladin has Pertipupa explained the. We always gotten along, and here you are, killing the mood because of a few decibels. It's over, dude. We don't want any more dung beetles in the atrium. Festivities in the atrium absolutely must start up again. It's Silverish at the end of their rope, and someone took the scissors of the city. Yeah, we know that. Here are the organizers. Would you have a word with them? Sure. So what's their reasoning? It's very, very simple, Loke. Here's their reasoning. Any questions? Now. I also know in my heart of hearts that I shouldn't let any of this crap bother me. I even know why it bothers me, and forgive me for not going into that. But I have this flaw? I'm gonna call it a flaw. And that flaw is that if I just let that kind of negativity, external negativity, stew, it's worse for me, right? It just sits there and kind of rots in the back of my brain. If I vent about it, it goes away because now it's processed, right? It has been acknowledged and processed, and it can now be flagged in the done pile. If that makes any kind of sense. So part of the reason, and I do apologize for how much I use you guys for this, but part of the reason I share those kind of things on camera is specifically to process them. And just chew them out and get them done so I can stop thinking about them. Because otherwise they'll just sit there bothering me. Oof. Hi, Colgrim. I feel so bad for people who are actually big. People who are just, you know, tens of thousands of viewers, hundreds of thousands of views, literal millions of comments. How do they... I mean, I know the answer. The way they deal with it is they don't. The way they deal with it is they don't look at their comments and they don't look at their chat. I could not deal with that. They also have teams, that's true. Quite a few of them have a group of people whose job it is to deal with that toxicity for them. How are you, dear friend? Still traveling the world with your Tinykin friends, are you? How quaint. Get to the point, you hypocrite. I'm getting there. You should get some lessons in manners, you old coot. My dear Melodane, Tesla showed me how you got power running in the ancient machine in Sanctar. Quite prodigious. And now since the Tinykin are bopping out of their shells, he would like to use the blue Tinykin for his own purposes. Don't you realize, with blue Tinykin, we need only to find a conductor. You can get this radiator working from this socket here. Or this radio from that socket. All you need to do is form a chain of blue Tinykin. Yeah, I figured this. I literally can't have this dialogue. I literally cannot have this dialogue unless I've already done the tutorial to get here. Oh god, political channels. Oh my god. So, hang on. So there's political channels that only exist to stir up, you know, controversy in order to get clicks. But I actually know, personally, a couple of real political channels. People who are just trying to cover political matters in the best way that they can. I don't look at their comments section, because I have looked at their comments sections. Awful. Vince has gotten in his head that he's going to restart the party by creating the greatest song ever. He has to stop. I think it's a sink. A sink, I think is a sink. I think it's a sink. Okay, hit me, Colgrim. What's worse? Football channels. Oh man, sports. Speaking of someone who enjoys sports and even appreciates people enjoying sports. Yeah! Especially football. And to be clear, I mean, soccer. Oh my goodness. I can't electrify the water? This is the song that... okay, I'm gonna stop right there. I don't want to actually get in anybody's head. So one time, my eldest, was not aware of what that song was, and got a little... I'm trying to think of the word here. Like, oh yeah, no, that song wouldn't bug me at all. What are you talking about? And so my brother-in-law, her father, and myself just kind of looked at each other really quickly, just like. And then we both started singing, "This is the song," and we didn't even finish a full loop for the first repetition before she was like walking away, covering her ears. She was already done with it. And you hear that? Yeah, nothing, man. We need some juice to get this thing blah blah blasted, you dig? God, I hate silverfish so much. Oh, there's a laundry room over here, too. You know a specific argument I used to see a lot back in the day, Colgrim? Manchester United versus Manchester City. I don't... Like, you're probably thinking, well, what were they versusing? No, you're not listening. Just those two groups of people in a room. And yeah, it really is sad. Odd. I actually used to be a Manchester United follower? Excuse me for those of you who've heard me tell this story before. There actually is Jay Palmer. Quite a bit nowadays. Anyways, but the reason was actually for an extremely basic and pragmatic reason. It's because I live in the United States. Oh god, Jay Palmer. And so, and by Jay Palmer I mean Colgrim. And so in the United States, getting a hold of footage of football matches was just kind of hard to do. So, you know, I had to live with what I got. And so one of the only sporting teams that was actually broadcasted here in the States was everything that Manchester United did. It was about all I could get a hold of. So, I was a Manchester United fan because that was the football I could watch. Now, that went away at about 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. And me and my friend Gary pretty much sat down and decided on what other club we wanted to support, since Sky started getting more available internationally, and I forget the other channel, but you get the point. We could start watching matches that weren't Manchester United. Hey, what you got on head there? That's weird pink stuff. Stay out the sun too long? Is that what's got it growing? Yes. God, everyone here looks like they're really, really hungover. I hate silverfish and I want them all to die. Anyways. But yes, to answer your question, Pika, this is functionally a Spyro game. Imagine a Spyro game told through the lens of a combination of Paper Mario and Pikmin. You've kind of got what this is. Like, the Tinykin are like the Pikmin, except they're not like the Pikmin at all in any way, shape, or form. When I think about it, if the dung beetles are no longer allowed to come, we'll take care of the cleaning. We can take turns with that, right? How often do we have to do it? Every party. What? Not cool, man. Not cool if I have to clean that off and I'm gonna die. Oh, well, then you shouldn't have got rid of the dung beetles. These holidays are so boring. Yeah, bro, do we look like delivery people? Oh, by the way, what'd you do with the letters you're supposed to deliver? You told me at the last second, so I ditched my bag somewhere. I'll go get it later. Yeah, people know the delivery times are approximate, right? They better. I'm not leaving until we've had at least a little fun. They should give us some time off. Ooh, comment. You know, that's a good question, because, like, is this backward? Or is this backwards? Are neither of them backwards? Hey, Milo, you know, there's this dark side to my trade I've never told you about. Sometimes the best quality nectar isn't the best business decision. I'll be frank, the pollen around here isn't top shelf, because it's awful. But I can make huge batches of it, and cut what doom is, it's not too bad. The local partygoers love it. Sometimes one must put aside the nobility of the art to help the business. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Going back to the gradient thing, there's more than 900 pollen in this particular area, and in every area, but 900 is what gets you the dash up, or the glide upgrade. So that's cool too. Moonwalk Simulator. I've played that game. Points if you know the game I'm talking about before I explain. Oops, wrong button. Now we want to go out. Yeah, the Michael Jackson game on the Genesis, and I believe the arcade, but I played it on the Genesis. Woo! Oh, my favorite part about the Michael Jackson game is when you turn into a giant robot and kill everyone with your lasers. Now that sounds like a joke. And if it does, you've never played that game. That was a wild game, honestly. That was just an absolutely bonkers game. It was fun, though. Oh, God. I've actually played Shaq Fu. I've also seen Steel. You know, the one where Shaquille O'Neal plays Steel. And I've rarely meant that in the loosest of terms. I haven't seen it in years and years. It was a rental. I don't have enough for that. It was surprisingly entertaining. I watched it with a friend of mine. I also watched basketball back then, so I was at least interested. It was hard not to watch basketball when Jordan was still on the court, because people would disagree with this, but Michael Jordan was kind of a unique confluence when it came to basketball. Like, holy crap. Like, several people say he's overblown. No, he really is one of the best basketball players ever. It was crazy. Like, really seeing him in his prime. Ooh. Oh, my Rose, I can't stop thinking about that night I spent with her in that cabin. Alas, my family forbids me from seeing her again, believing dung beetles are boring party companions. What a bunch of narrow-minded people. Serious stranger, I do this portrait tour. My heart implores you, deliver it on my behalf. Where's the... Oh, absolutely playtable. LeBron James, yeah, I would agree, he's a little overrated. Now, when Michael Jordan decided to branch out a bit into acting, which he was terrible at, or endorsements, which he was terrible at, or baseball, which he was terrible at, sure. I'll give you that one. Are you going to the door? Do I have to get the door open? Okay, hang on, hang on. I also was a fan of Magic Johnson, for what it was worth. Now, I should clarify, I mean, on the court, like, as a player. Back to work, rookies. The squishy crab is a sandwich shop, not a kindergarten. Right away, boss. Thanks, boss. That's a good one. I'm giving you 20% raise this month. Awesome. 20% of 0 is still 0, Rob. I unironically enjoy Space Jam, and I will stand on that hill. Space Jam 1. I hate that I have to clarify that, but Space Jam 1. Because Space Jam 2 is not a good film. And that is the nicest way I could possibly phrase that. You know how some things are enjoyable even though they're bad, like the aforementioned Steel movie we were just talking about? That's not Space Jam 2. Or if I could quote myself here, they're so bad it's good, and then they're so bad it's terrible. Not that I like your nights of debauchery, but they at least had the merit of paying your taxes. What will you do now? I'll warn you, if you keep putting it off, we'll call the guard in to get you to pay up. With all due respect, Granddad, can your dynast swim? You're gonna find it hard to catch us if they're sinking like rocks, eh? Chill out, okay? Yeah, Space Jam 2 is the worst kind of nostalgia money grab. Thrown together, like, you've heard of the term written by committee? That whole movie was by committee. Written, acted, directed, performed. Just... even the CGI was uninspiring. And it's not like Space Jam 1 exactly looked phenomenal. I actually still legitimately think it looked better, at times, than Space Jam 2. And that's pathetic. Yeah, Space Jam 2 didn't even follow its own logic consistently. And I know that's a weird thing to say when it comes to Looney Tunes. Well, speaking of which, the Looney Tunes have hardly any role in Space Jam 2, because of course they don't. Well, why would they? Like, they were there. But it's more about the catalog. We had to show off all our IP and properties. Some of which were questionable. Questionable inclusions, I mean. Just, why did you include that? I can make that jump. Oh, but I want this burger! That's my real life right there. I could make this jump, but I want that burger! I actually had a terrible burger for lunch. So, Burger King occasionally is good. Depends on the Burger King, right? Hi, Dragon Player. And... it's exactly like kimono. And, so they had this new thing called the Candied Bacon Burger. And I'm like, okay, I like candied bacon, or at least I like my own candied bacon that I make. So sure, let's try it out. It was awful, don't try it. That's the summary. Do not recommend. Oh god, where was the mailbox? Oh. It's, I do too, Pika. I think you're right, Bragan. I gotta say, I needed a game like this after Shadows of Loathing. Holy crap. I shouldn't keep speaking ill of that game. It was a good game. It still scored net positive, but... man, by the end of that game, I was really, really ready to be done with it. Yes, speaking of which, for those of you who have not joined us recently, we did a Warhammer 40k style Purge It All, Burn It All when it comes to the guessing game. To be very clear about that, that purge was going to happen regardless. I was going to do a more precise purge, just to get rid of the literal dozens of people who are just dead weight on there and haven't guessed in forever. In some cases in the years range, or year range, excuse me. But that takes time and effort. And to be completely honest, time is not something I have a tremendous amount of right now. So, instead, I just purged it all, and I hope that any of you who find it interestingly enough to keep doing the guessing game will feel acceptable to go ahead and just re-add yourself and your things you want to put it towards. I do apologize for the inconvenience, though. Let's do this. Yes. So do me a favor, Colgrim. I updated the list this morning. Is it on the list? It should be. If it isn't, then I screwed up somewhere. That's possible. I got a lot of balls in the air right now. Okay, cool. Obviously, the answer is yes, but I just wanted to make sure that it got added to the list like it should be. Oh, I'm well aware, Pika. I am extraordinarily aware of what's been going on in the film industry. So, anybody want to hear some wild conspiracy theorying that's probably not a conspiracy theory and will probably actually be a real thing that's happening? So, there's a really good chance, because it's already starting to happen, that Hollywood is going to start splitting into two a little bit. On the one hand, you're going to have people who are pretty much just there for the paycheck and don't really care about, you know, making a movie or acting or directing or making CGI or any of that fun stuff. They're just there to collect their paycheck and go home. And then you're going to get the people who are in it for the art, which probably means those people are elitist jackasses, so they're not exactly the good guys in the cinema. You're probably thinking, well, hang on, what's the distinction between the two? Well, as long as it continues to... Oh, that was wild. As long as it continues to remain legal to write off film production as a tax expense in the way that it currently is legal here in the States, which, by the way, it totally should not be, if I could just be blunt about that for a second. But as long as that remains legal, there is a strong growing movement towards the idea that there's going to be entire studios whose entire point and purpose is to make a film that never gets seen, that nobody ever watches and nobody ever releases because they're just making it for the tax write-off. The McDonald's of filmmaking, if you would. Jack, I miss him in his little silver sails so much. The thought of him, yeah, okay, yeah, I have a thing for you? Right? Yeah, I don't. Where's... Right. Okay, okay. Correct, Colgrim. Because they will literally make more money. This is so stupid. They'll make more money torpedoing the film and getting the write-offs for it than actually releasing it and making money selling it. Now, this is, of course, really stupid, very short-sighted, and, like, even philosophically could be considered wrong. I'm not that... I mean, I am a bit of a film buff, but, like, regardless of being a film geek, that's kind of wrong. Like, that's quite literally burning resources to accomplish and generate nothing. Yeah, no, it is that one. I'm right. Which is why I started that sentence by saying, that should not be legal. It should be illegal. Now here's the really fun part. It kind of is illegal. But it's only illegal depending on the scale, the scope, and most importantly of all, whether or not anybody will actually ever bring any of the studios to court over the matter. Yeah, it's one of those net like not, excuse me, net, universal negative situation in Samicon, which just kind of pissed me off in general. It's the opposite of GDP. Gross consumed product. Yeah, no, that's the problem, Colgrim. I should mention that that policy is not new, but it's been getting worse lately. Like, the recent Acme movie is just the most recent victim of that policy, and that is a... You know, it's going to become more of a problem if they keep ignoring it. You judging me? It's the mask, right? Ah, gotta eat to live, gotta steal to eat. Oh, you could help me change that. Some weirdo gave me a tip. The other end of this press, one can find a priceless treasure. Gem! But the press is closed, and we need to glide for at least 4 to handle it. Why do I need to climb? I have no use for the gem, but I'll swap it for some. How's that sound? Okay. Why do I need... Well, I've got 62 of these dudes. I might as well use some of them. We have a plot, Blade Travol? Ho ho ho! Okay. That is instant death. Wow. Is this an automated freaking sock presser? And if so, why is this an automated sock presser? Turn this in first. No longer a vulgar street silverfish. Here's your reward. To be honest, mate, it has no value to me. However, you may now hand me this diamond in the rough, in case our reference wasn't obvious enough. Cool. Okay. How do I get up there? Oh, oh! Okay. Okay. Sure. This is fine. Everything is fine. Why would he need to blink? Oh, he actually blinked. Holy crap. He has proven me wrong. I will never doubt you again, Sir Blinkertons. We've got quite a crowd at this point, don't we? Almost 100. It gets in the way of gameplay a little bit, Blaterval. Like, I have actually dinged it for it. But other than that, no. Alright, so we still need to go over by that area. So we need to go up. Up, up, up. Let's go up, 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 shall we? Although, actually, that doesn't go up, up, up. It goes down, down, down. Hey, Walker. Mistreat the house's inhabitants 100 times. What? Who have I mistreated? I feel misrepresented here. I'll sue. Jeez, I'm down to 17 because of that other thing. I need to get this stupid door open. Okay. Let's see if this works. I mean, It Takes Two was a really creative platform, so... Can confirm. Similar vibes. I do like how you lose almost no height when you're gliding in this one. It's a near horizontal glide, which is really helpful for planning stuff out. There we go. Of course they are, Pika, but they don't have any choice in this. You kidding me? There we go. Go, my minions. Both of you. Yes. Yes! Go forth, my minions. Conquer everything in your path. Gotta admit, there's not much you can do about several hundred of those things just swarming you, right? Like, ah! Jack, you didn't forget me. Never, Rose. They'd like to keep you captive in this pit, but we need to move onward. My family let me join you because of your gift, maybe also because they were too slow to follow me. After seeing your drawing, my parents were shocked. I left them standing here, and here I am. Goodbye, life of tidy dung beetle. You make me feel like I'm flying, Jack. We have someone to thank. Thank you, Milladane, for taking the time out of the day to save 2 lost souls. Take this. Found it one day when I was drowning, swimming at the bottom of the tub. Also, yes, this is a very obvious Titanic reference, which... Just picture what that portrait means, given that this is a Titanic reference. Go ahead, picture it. Really put it into your mind. Think about it. Think about it. Okay, we're good. Now we can just go down over here. Yay. Do I have the 25? I do. I want my ship. See, this is how my ships are actually... Okay, I should make fun of that. There's a necromancer in a setting. I'm not going to go into it. That has ships that are made out of the bones and bodies of their victims. And that sounds awful and all, but it's not actually being done to be evil. It's very pragmatic. It's so that when the boat hits the shore, the boat can keep going. And I was just randomly reminded of that for no particular reason. Party's on. And everyone's blind. The Naglfar. I'm actually familiar with that one. Couldn't think of the name of it, though. We got a billion of these guys, so let's start burning them, shall we? Okay, don't do that. Apparently we do need to be precise. No, you have to go pick them up in the world cauldron. In fact, there are, looks like about 40 we haven't picked up in this level so far. Yep, they are a finite resource. That's why I usually hesitate to burn them on puzzles until I'm a little more sure of what I'm doing. And have plenty to spare. Those are burned now. Yeah, like 10%, maybe even less than that, Blade Jamal. You require so little to do the MSQ in this one, which actually I rather appreciate. That is a hell of a thing. How long does this say this needs to be? 25. Well, we can manage that. That is a good question, Trihexia. I think we're water soluble. A common affliction amongst heroes in video games. You know, Trihexia, I legitimately don't know why companies tend to be anti-emulation. Real talk, I don't know. I know the stated reason, but the stated reason has been proven wrong. So, I don't know the real reason why so many companies tend to be so anti-emulation. My best guess is a bit of dinosaur syndrome. That's how things were, so that's how things are. Screw it, right? I think I agree with you, Colburn. I think I agree. I mean, even just ignoring the what is functionally the interface, which you were just referencing, just the world is very visually distinct. Well, that could be it too. Some people might see it as a pride thing or a personal power thing. Like, oh, I've got to flex my legal and financial muscles on someone else in order to be able to feel like I'm not a failure to my wife in bed tonight. Now that is, of course, guesstimation, but it really wouldn't surprise me, because I know too much about too many industries, to not know that a lot of industries make decisions based on small-dicked idiots. And to be clear, when I say small dick, I don't actually mean literally. I mean the kind of person who has so little self-esteem and so little sense of self-worth that they feel the requirement to express themselves upon someone else in an antagonistic fashion in order to feel like they have some kind of self-worth. You know the type, you've met them before. They are semi-common in life. Yeah, the mental small dick. Oh, it's way over there. Damn. Actually, yeah, Trinifor, that's a good example of that. There was no benefit or purpose in that. He just wanted to express his power on someone else. Nice view of things here. Anything obvious I've missed? There's the mailbox. We need to get the shampoo bottle. We need to get over there. Let's get the shampoo bottle first. Probably tomorrow. Later tomorrow. This is a very short game. We are in the short block. It's not that short. We also lost some time today due to RL. I can't help but notice this doesn't actually resolve the problem. The bugs in the adjacent rooms still will have trouble sleeping with how much noise they're making. Oswald even received an invitation. Hey, crusty old guy, stay chill. We're cool. Have some fun for once. You were having trouble sleep. Okay. Show goodwill. Here's the scissors. I am both curious how good and how curious how bad Starfield really is, Calder. You go deal with that. I'm gonna go deal. I need to get back up, don't I? I've heard a lot of people give a lot of opinions on it, which has actually been really cool, because it means I can completely ignore all of those opinions. I don't mean that as a negative thing. I mean, when I hear that many different comments on both sides of the equation, it means I can completely ignore all of that and just presume, just walk in blank slate, blank sheet, right? No expectations, no nothing. Sometimes I walk into a game assuming it's going to be good because I hear good things, and sometimes I walk into a game hearing it's going to be bad, and I think it's going to be bad. But hearing both, that's the ideal. Let's turn in these letters while I'm here. I only have one letter. I wasn't aware there was such a thing as New Game Plus in Starfield. I've got enough for that. I mean, I'm gonna laugh if it really does end up being pretty close to a 0 in the overall score. I think at this point, and I mean this with sincerity, that there's a very high chance Starfield will score close to 0, right? Close to the middle, in other words. The question is, will it be close to middle on the positive side of things or the negative side of things? Is it a net negative, or is it a net positive? Because that's how the system works. That's how the system is designed to work. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Blade Toll. You remember when you were asking about the average scores for JRPGs? I forgot to mention something when I was tallying those up. Those included Secret of the Stars, because Secret of the Stars is a JRPG, which absolutely nukes the score down quite a bit. Just... that didn't even occur to me until, like, this morning. Because I was just kind of mentally processing that, because I was thinking about the genre thing. And I was like, oh yeah! No wonder that score went way down. Yeah, so I was asked on... Alright, you were there, Savacom. But for those of you who weren't there, I was asked, you know, how... if we were to get rid of all the RPGs that aren't JRPG, what are the average scores? And, they weren't good. In fact, actually, for anybody curious, hang on. I'm sorry. Alt-tabbing freezes the game. What do you want from me? Give me a second. Shouldn't actually be that far up, because... Here we go. So the average score... Hang on, I'll pull this over here so I can play while reading it. So the average story score for the JRPGs we've covered so far is plus 11. Respectable. That's an average story density of 0.43 positives per hour. And an average ratio of 78%, which is not great, but it's still good. The average gameplay score for JRPGs is -9, with an average of 0.6 negatives per hour, and an average ratio of 41%, all of which is pretty freaking bad. Now, Rax pointed this out too. It should probably be mentioned that, well, we've actually covered a decent number of JRPGs. We haven't covered what you'd consider the greats yet. No Kingdom Hearts, no Final Fantasy, no Dragon Quest. So, most of the games I just mentioned are going to at least do respectably on the gameplay axis, which is going to drag that average up. Oh, sorry. And the average golden number for a JRPG is -0.39. Oh, right, and I corrected the mistake, Savacom. What it was supposed to say was that you'd better not play Dragon Quest II because it's the greatest game ever made in the history of video gamedom. And same with Lufia 1. Yeah, we also haven't covered the manas. Ironically, when we cover the Trials of Mana remake, the story average will go down. The gameplay will go up. Oh god, I hate mosquitoes so much. Thank you, Venters. It would be easier for you to check that than me, but if you really want me to pause and go check, then I can and will go check that, Venters. I don't actually have a lot of sweets. I don't think mosquitoes really like me that much. Triangle, strategy, Wing Commander, block, Eiyuden Chronicles. No, I know, but in my experience, the more sweets you eat, the more mosquitoes flock to you. That also applies for things like just, you know, that's wild looking. Fruit and stuff. So average RPG gameplay without DOS 2. Hit the stream breaks. All right, let's see RPG. So if we just get rid of DOS 2's gameplay, the average gameplay goes up from -0.88 to -1.77. And by up, I mean down. Now if we get rid of Diablo 3, that goes down to -4.65. I could check the medians. I don't remember how to do it off the top of my head, but I can check. What are we missing? Oh, shoot. I didn't mean that. Alright, I accept death! I accept! Alright, it was an easier way to get back up. Have I done everything? I mean, obviously I have not. I mean, Diablo 3 is cheating. It is a really, really good game. No, you're absolutely right. By the way, I threw together some figures on platformers, because we have a lot of platformers. Now, I didn't divide it into 2D and 3D, but... Give me a second here. The average platformer story score is +9, with 1.31 average density and 84% average story ratio. That's really good. Gameplay, the average is +23, with an average density of 3 positives per hour, and an average ratio of 71%, which is actually a bit worse, but still very, very good. The average golden number for platformers is 90, which is, like, really good. Now, that is a little bit cheating, because we have covered most of the platformer greats at this point. We've covered the Marios, we've covered the Mega Mans. We've covered a lot of really cool games, like A Hat in Time, or the Spyro series. So, that score being that high isn't what I would call a surprising factoid. What are we missing? A lot of pollen and an entire side quest. What side quest am I missing? Yeah, Mega Man X7 definitely dragged that down. Point a bit. You mean what we're going to do, Colgrim? What you're saying is you don't want us to review the Dragon Quests, the Final Fantasies, and the Kingdom Hearts. You heard it here. Savacom hates JRPGs. And you and your cats. Film at 11. Where haven't I been? For real. Even up there, actually. Is there an up there? No. It's a keyhole. Well, you also have to consider another little factoid when it comes to all this stuff. Because, excuse me, the numbers I just gave you are only for the games that we've covered. Like, remember, we haven't even covered, like, any Final Fantasy game except for Mystic Quest right now. It also could be said, this is something else that's been mentioned by, I believe, Savacom, that it could be mentioned, definitely Malkaiser. Definitely. Wink. It could be mentioned that you guys, what we only really stream, well, to date, we've only really streamed what you guys say to stream. You guys determine the list, right? So, most of the trends could be better described as the trends in games that you guys want me to review, rather than the trends of the genre as a whole. So, the average JRPG having a fairly strong average story score and a bad gameplay score, that's just, you know, that's just what you guys want, right? That tracks. How would recency bias come into play, Calderon? Actually, yes, Jay Palmer. I have been quite open and honest about the fact that once we are officially caught up in the queue, which a state which we are not yet at, I feel like pointing out. Let's see anything else. I fully plan to start actually putting dealer's choice towards things I actually want to run. Oh, we've been over there. Going up there. Where the hell? I'm very far from 100%ing, and I don't know why. There's nothing left. A lot of people have said they want me to do that. I don't know if I believe them. We'll find out when we get there. Yeah, once we finish WoW, we're caught up. You know what? I accept death. I accept death. And then we'll have to give a bunch more beat-em-ups the boost because we have to cover several Yakuza games. That'll be fun. Right now we don't have a lot of beat-em-ups on the books. We have the God of Wars, we have the Devil May Cries, and that's kind of it. Inside the toilet? Yes, inside the toilet is back, though. That's where we came from. The entrance to the zone. Actually, I wouldn't mind streaming Power Wash Simulator. No joke. Anything I want to play that I don't predict will score well. Yeah, the NES block and the SNES block. Oh my god, that's gonna throw some interesting variables into the curves, tell you what. You're all soaked again. Next we need a tea infuser. Granted only to dragonflies at the end of their initiation. You probably wear this, but neither you or I are dragonflies. We can find some in Ambrose. Need to go through the transistor. Alright, let's go. It's a good question. Could someone do me a favor? And just, like, list what's in the SNES block. So I don't have to pause the game again and freeze the stream. Actually, if you type !" blocks, that should help. Or block, I forget which. Oh, hang on. So, 7th Saga, that's a JRPG. Aerobiz, Battle Cars, Battle Clash, Battle Combat, Aladdin, Battletoads, Double Dragon, Lesser the Unlikely, it's a platformer. Lion King, Magic... A lot of platformers in this. Lord Blackthorn. Illusion of Gaia is not an RPG, despite what people will say. Inspector Gadget, Mario's Missing, MechWarrior, Mega Man Soccer, Metal Marines, Ogre Battle. Robotrek is absolutely a JRPG. What do we got? Shadowrun, Star Trek Fleet Academy, Street Fighter, Secrets of Evermore. That's a JRPG. Super Bomberman 2, Super Ghost and Ghouls, and looks like that's the list. I've played every game on that list too. In fact, I own every game on that list. No, Illusion of Gaia is... It's a little bit more Zelda than anything else, but it's not quite a full Zelda game either. It's kind of its own thing. It's one of those irritating ones, which is just like doing its own thing off to the side. So a little irritating. I'm honestly, as of this moment, not sure what genre classification I'm going to give it. I might just give it the generic, you know, the generic classification of action. Whee! Alright, Savicom, per the rules of the internet, we now have to go to war. Alright. Wait, you know karate. You win, you win. I capitulate. Ooh, nice. Congrats. Okay. Favorite Nintendo game of all time? Probably Mario Odyssey or Mario Wonder. Evo should be in the SNES block, yeah. Like, we're absolutely playing Evo during the SNES block. Oh, that's right. We wanted to save Evo for dead last. Save the Evoist for last. Hyperventilation, anxiety, dyspnea, asthenia. Our patient is suffering from spasmophilia. 10 milligrams of morphine. Oh my god. And a night of rest. Can we speak to the patient before we diagnose her? Is she a doctor? Oz doesn't like talking to patients. We should study other hypotheses before injecting her body weight in morphine. Could it be lupus? Lupus would fit. It's never lupus! She apparently has a broken antenna, and they just want to give her morphine. Her body weight in morphine. In fact, for that matter, do me a favor, what's the last game on the NES block? The NES block? Hey, Luna Ruth. I mean, if you inject morphine into a bug, they're probably dead, yeah. Like, just straight up. Yeah, we're dead. Punch out. Yep. Same idea. That's going to be the palate cleanser. We're also going to be doing the blindfold attempt. Emphasis on attempt. There. Sorry, I should be more clear. Attempts. Plural. Oh no, it's just me wearing a blindfold. It's just playing a video game without my eyes. A boxing minigame. Or a game. Not a minigame, not a minigame. Yeah, I kind of was there at the ground floor of the Punch-Out blindfold thing. It was originally put forward as just like a, yeah, sure, whatever kind of a thing. And he got surprisingly far into the game, with absolutely no practice or prep time. The second time, he actually practiced quite a bit, and did a lot of work in prep time, but couldn't quite make it all the way through. He ran into a wall at Bald Bull, which makes sense because Bald Bull is absolutely goddamn bonkers. Bald Bull is hard when you have your eyes, never mind when you don't. Then he really put the time and practice in, and he not only managed to beat the game, which he himself was shocked by, but then he went for Tyson. Didn't get Tyson. The year after that, he got Tyson. Then they started getting really crazy with it. Like they started doing two players, one controller blindfold runs of Punch-Out, for example. Or they started doing the Wii Punch-Out blindfold, which is much harder, by the way. I'm not even going to attempt that. Yeah, Blindfold Tyson boils down to memorizing frame timing. While blindfold. Come on. There we go. You know, I'm not sure, Subacone. Boo! Boo! Look, you don't scare me. Now, hang on, I gotta go grab something. Alright, anyway, as I was saying, you don't scare... Oh, God, Blade Jamal. So, for a minute, Linerith, I misread that, and I thought you had, dressed up, gussied up, specifically to go to the gym. I wasn't going to question it, because I've heard of that before. In fact, I've known women, and men, who do that. Get. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. They put me in charge of keeping time. Tick-tock. What an old clock. Thanks to the clock, we know when Ardwin comes to visit. Okay, when does he come to visit? Also, near as I can tell, the clock isn't moving. So we have a safe. Any bets that the combination is 0451? No, it's okay, Malkazar. Now you've heard of it, so now the score can be as high as it is. It kind of slides in that little technical limbo area. No, it's no Paperboy. But I mean, what is? We're finally going to Solarion. Tickets are really expensive. My ticket. Solarion Park welcomes anyone as long as you have a ticket. Okay. Yep. I mean, if nothing else, hitting the gym semi-regularly just for the energy and the general health boost is not exactly a bad idea. I would do that if I had the availability of time for a local gym. Apparently I was wrong. It's not 0451. Sadness. Oh, there we go. What do you want to bet? There's absolutely nothing out here. Yep. Can't confirm. Nothing. Like I said, J. Palmer. Nothing. It's really hard to hold on to motivation when you hit that plateau and you realize you have to keep going to the gym and don't get any visible reward for doing so. Now you do. You're maintaining your health and you're maintaining your overall, I guess, health. It's really just the simplest way to explain that. But it's not like when you first start going to the gym and it's like, oh man, I'm looking better, I'm feeling better, yeah. It's becomes more of a maintenance thing. It's always harder to do maintenance. Then you turn to the rock and then you hate yourself. I know, Dragon Player, I know. I don't want to get ranty, but I do think that some people, like Dwayne Johnson, are kind of part of the problem. Because it's the speedrunning problem, right? We see a speedrunner absolutely smash a game into the ground, and we think, I want to play like that. And we don't realize what it took for them to get to that point. And how long they had to devote themselves to just that one thing. It's the same thing with physical appearance. Like, you may get to the point where you're healthy and happier and have more energy, brain chemistry's smoothed out, easier time breathing, better, you know, digestion in general, going to the bathroom's easier, breathing's easier, easier to stay motivated, all the general benefits, right? You don't look like Dwayne Johnson. And so some part of your brain thinks, I'm not done. Dang, Alien Arrow. How dare you, madam. Just for that, I declare you the honkiest of all tonks. But thank you for the sub. I do always appreciate it, Linda. Thank you. So hold on. What's karateka? Let's start with that. Oh, God. I don't want to get ranty about something that sounds like a first world problem, but you know one of the most irritating things I had back when I was trying to get a job right after the surgery. I was so overqualified for every job I was trying to get that nobody would hire me. I was willing to work whatever. I was just looking for a job. Right? That was the goal. Something that makes money. Nobody would hire me. I tried out to be a stalker at Walmart. And they were like, yeah, no, we don't want anybody with a college degree. And I'm like, but... okay. I tried out to be in an Amazon warehouse. Nope. Yeah, no, it's a real problem, and it's really stupid. I mean, yeah, I didn't know that then, J-Palm. This was a while ago. Like I said, this is right after my kidney surgery. No, I did Lunareth, but unfortunately now I've got to hit the stream breaks. Freeze the game, freeze the music, freeze the world. Let's see here. Oh my god, Broderbund. Anybody remember Broderbund? There's a blast from the past. I was 2 years old when this game came out. Yeah, it's also why a lot of people, when I was going to school, assumed that the IT industry in general... I am 41? Yes, I think. No, I'm 42 now. Sorry. Um, a lot of people in the industry, or assumed that the IT industry was like the easy, you know, uh, the reliable one, right? Like that's the easy mark. You just go there and you can just have an IT job, and it's easy and it's simple and it's cheap, and you're stuck there forever, no problems. And then reality hit. Yeah, no, I'm actually told I both look and sound substantially younger than I am. But yeah, no, the IT industry is actually really hard to get into and even harder to stay in just because of the nature of it. So I'm looking at all the ports, Lunaroth, because, like, obviously I can't play the Apple IIe version because, and I know this is going to shock you, I don't have an Apple IIe handy. One second. Um, that's funny. So this game, right? This is the one you wanted? One second. It is actually configured wrong. There we go. Game. Game. Oh my god, I can't go backwards. I can only go forwards. Ugh. And we're just dead. What the hell is running mode? And we're dead. All right, yeah. So, sure. Sure. I just golden number, -387. Any questions? Yep. So I did it, Lunarith. I did the review. I hope that was worth the sum. Oh my gosh. So here's what I'm going to do, Lunarith. I'm going to put that towards adding that to the NES block, because that's the copy that I have, is the NES copy. And I don't promise to finish it, because I don't promise to finish any game, but especially not NES games. Because NES games, I know it's going to sound shocking, are NES games. If I need to explain past that, I got nothing. Well, that's the other thing. NES games are also really short. Terrible. They're short. Oops. Yeah, no, we're gonna just slam games out for the NES block. And no, I'm not doing a totally a real rumination on each of them. That's insanity. No. It's not worth anybody's time. God, police quest. Oh God, space quest. Oh God, King's Quest. Didn't we do King's Quest? Yeah, actually, I do, Lunarith. My personal favorite example of that is the Star Trek 25th Anniversary point-and-click adventure game, which I didn't beat until like 2004, I want to say. Because that's when GameFAQs existed. And I could look up how to beat the game. I know, I've talked about this before. The GameFAQs era was just such a game changer for me personally. Just, oh my gosh. I actually made it a point. This is a true story. I actually made it a point of figuring out all the games I never actually beat back in the day, looking up a GameFAQ for them, and using it to beat them. I'm missing several things here. And that was not a small list, let me tell you what. Let's do this. Hardest city to navigate in vanilla WoW. Honestly, probably the Undercity. Especially since, if you remember, the map back then wasn't. I was telling a friend of mine who's been playing WoW for the first time recently about what it was like back in the day when we didn't have in-game maps at all, and we just had to make do. Like, we were going through Moradin, specifically. And they were like, this isn't particularly amazing. I was like, yeah. Pretend you don't have the map and you're not following me. And there's just this, oh. Okay, it's definitely down. Alright. You're right. Yeah, I know, I've got a couple, don't I, Walker? One of the things I used to be known for in WoW, this is true, is being a navigator for people to get around, because, you know, no maps, and a lot of places were not super navigable. No, I told you, Linnerith, I'm adding it to the nest block. It's done! Poof! It's funded. You win. Congrats. Oh, yeah. Sunken Temple. Me and my friends have actually put thought and work and effort into this question. We all agree that Sunken Temple is probably the actual worst vanilla dungeon in WoW. The bottom of the barrel. The worst. And every time I re-examine that question, I reaffirm it. There are, however, 2 dungeons that challenge it at least a little bit. One of them's a technically, and the other one's a technically, which is why the Sunken Temple just wins. Technically number 1, BRD. Now, BRD is kind of a technically because, first of all, it was their very first mega dungeon, a concept they still use to this very day. And second of all, it was actually originally designed to be a raid, which they then downgraded to be a dungeon. So it's kind of its own thing and kind of its own category. It still sucks, but this is a prison. We're going to leave here. The other one is Blackrock Spire. Now, the reason Blackrock Spire is a technically is because, similar to Stratholme, it really is functionally 2 separate dungeons. There's a reason we divided into Lobris and Ubris. Yeah. So, if we count both Lobris and Ubris, vanilla versions, yeah, that dungeon sucks. And again, designed to be a raid. Well, that... absolutely, J. Palmer. If you ever wondered why there's literally a portal... there's a pathway into Molten Core in BRD. Like, think about it for a second. It's not like just some little portal or some, like, interactable or a person you talk to. The entrance to MC is in BRD. They just put a portal over it because they had to split the size up, because back then they were dealing with a 32-bit client. I'm Doug Beater, torturer, keeper of the peace. My dream was to be an artist, to imagine worlds, give life to characters, but there's no coin in it. What brings in the cash? Accounting! Money, budgets, fighting with the bank. Suspect has been apprehended. Elite squad. I'm innocent. I got caught in my friend robbing store-ins, but I turned myself in first. You're the one who should get locked up. This is scandalous. A conspiracy. Trying to save the house, you blind fools. Government lackey. Government tacky. Yes, that's what she said. Oh, and the question was for worst dungeon, not most confusing dungeon. Although, having said that, I would say Sunken Temple is still a little bit more confusing than Gnomeregan. My opinion. I should probably mention I've done Gnomeregan a lot, and I've done Sunken Temple a lot. They both suck, so nobody wins there. Oh, it was great, Lunarith. The original Wailing Caverns wasn't super bad. Although I do feel bad about it to this very day. You know my favorite thing about original Nomergun? This doesn't work this way anymore. So I want you to imagine you're in Nomergun. Okay. And you're walking along the edge of this thing. Like, you're fighting stuff, and you're fighting stuff, and then you're fighting stuff, and then you're fighting stuff, and you just hear, warning, warning, in the distance. You don't see anything. Oh, well. You just keep going. And you fight some stuff, and you fight some stuff. And then you go to the next area over here, and then you fight some stuff, and then you fight some stuff. And it's probably a good 5 minutes later when finally you turn around and you see this army of minions, probably a few dozen strong, of just enemies charging towards you. And if you don't know what just happened, you're just stuck sitting there going, huh? We actually legitimately thought back in the day that there was a mechanic in the dungeon that if the alarm went off, it would summon ads infinitely until it went away, because people were trying to figure out what happened. Nowadays, with a lot more knowledge and forethought, I can tell you what happened was we aggroed something down below, it wandered up to get us, and because of how pulse aggro works, it aggroed every single other enemy in the path, which is not a small number. And we're dead. That's just mean. I have to land? Okay. Well, I can make that work, but it's gonna be irritating. You tell me, Linerith. You are one of, I think, 3 people who've been donating towards it. I don't know. I have a spreadsheet that's publicly available that you can check to see how many people have donated towards Urquan. How much does it need? I don't know. Okay. I'll go check. No, it's okay. I don't keep a website. It's fine. Nobody wants to use the website. It's okay. I don't mind. Okay, so Urquan Masters is currently roughly 1/10 funded, so about 10%. So about 9-ish times what's currently funded. That's what it requires. There you go. That's priority, of course, not money. I have no idea the money. You'd have to figure that out on your own. I have gotten lost in Oldemon, yes. I mean, I've gotten lost in every dungeon. The reason I know how to get through those dungeons now is because I got lost and then figured it out later. If it makes you feel any better, Lunar, I don't know either. First of all, thank you, Doom Rider, very, very much. And welcome to the 4-Year Club. I don't think I ever got lost in Dire Maul. I probably did, on Dire Maul East, I want to say, specifically. Second of all, you can put that towards up to 3 things, Doom Rider. Oh, Dead Mines. No, you don't. How do you get lost in Dead Mines? By the way, the proper acronym for Dead Mines is VC, as a reminder. Yeah, who would support me for 4 years? God. I can't even imagine. Zelda Block. And FF14 Dawn Trail. Well, since I already pulled the sheet up... Well, actually, it's out of date, isn't it? Hang on. So let's go to the list, shall we? So we go to the list, and we look at Urquan. Now, you may or may not notice that immediately next to Urquan Masters is the number $324, which means $324 has been donated towards Urquan Masters. That is across 11 people. So 11 people have donated $324. That's where the priority's at. Yeah, every time someone talks about DM, and it's, you know, going towards that, my first reaction is, huh? Because, you know, DM in my mind just means diurnal, as I just demonstrated without even meaning to. Okay, are we trying to get this, like, all the way over there? I think we are. How many do I have? Goodness. No, I have enough, so... 11 is below average. On average, any given run that actually gets funded has about 20 to 30 people that put money towards it. Well, there's no penalty for trying, so let's just try here, shall we? Reset. Yes, Jay Palmer. I think that's happened once? I don't remember the game. It was a really, really short game. The most people have donated towards a run. Oh, duh. I actually saw that earlier, too, Brig, when I just forgot about it. I actually saw that earlier, I just completely forgot about it. The most people who have ever put together for a run... Well, first of all, I could actually check because I can sort by how many people have put towards a run. So, at the moment, the most people, and I think this is actually our current record, who have ever put towards a run is 124 people for the Zelda block. I'm pretty sure that's actually our current record holder. After that would be the BRPG block with 86, and then Resident Evil block with 62, and then it evens out from that point. Wrong way. Whoops. I can afford to waste one. Yep, it's going to be interesting reading the names when we get to the Zelda block. Yeah, 125 donators is not exactly a small number. A little bit of historical irony. The Zelda block's actually been there for a really long time, technically. It used to be several different Zelda games until we punched into a block. But the reason I bring that up is one of the things that always used to weird me out is how few people were donating towards the Zelda block. Now, this was years ago, obviously. But it never made sense to me. And every time I brought that up, people say, well, yeah, we've seen you talk about Zelda before. You've already done a lore run. Who cares about actually watching the games? And so I was just like, all right, I just sort of assumed people had no interest in a Zelda block. And so I kind of deprioritized it mentally. You aren't going to use your burglar skills on me, right? Let's go back downstairs. Or, I can burgle you. I don't think they even exist, Melkaiser. It's kind of a rumor thing, you know? The most anyone's donated a single donation? I believe the 1,500 donations, and yes, I've gotten several of those, are still the kings of that. I am missing 61 pollen. Why the hell did I miss that much pollen here? Well, whatever. I've already given up on 100%ing, so let's just not. I look forward to trying to figure that out again when we get there, Lenariv. Did I already go up there? I think I did already go up there. 3 minutes, I believe, Dragon Player. What's 1500 divided by 5 divided by 60? Yeah, I've already been up here. Oh, 5 minutes, excuse me. That sounds about right. Yeah, usually for those really ultra-long bows, I will find a song that is the length of the bow, and then just hit play. Bow from duration. I mean, we could do that for fun, Calder. Gotta keep track separately. Here's what the nest block gets. Negative! Because it's gonna be. You know it is. Remember, a lot of the really good NES games we've already covered, like the Mega Mans. And the Zeldas will be in the Zelda block. And the Marios were in the Mario block. The Dragon Age block golden number? Would you believe I have that number? I have a franchises page. Dragon Age's golden number is 87.35. That's, yeah. I've also got a couple other ones. We've only really finished a couple, like Diablo, which is 184, or God of War, which is 103. Halo is 48. The 2D Marios is 130. The 3D Marios are 101. The Mass Effects, not counting Andromeda, are 140. The Mega Mans are 61, which makes sense if you consider all the Mega Mans and the ups and downs there. Metroids we haven't done yet, obviously. Quest for Glory is -3. The Shantaes is 30, and we haven't done Zelda yet. And that's everything. No, the franchise venters. Although if you ever hear me say just God of War referring to a game, then I mean God of War 1 on the PS2. And I don't think we did one for Ace Combat. Send C1. I mean, I can technically do one now, I just didn't. Because, like, yeah, after we cover X, I don't think there's any other Ace Combat games we're ever going to play. So that's pretty definitive. So, naturally, the farmland is the kitchen. My friends, once again, here we are united to prepare together, as is custom, the great ceremony of Arduin. Together. No way, always the same thing. Together we will create the great cake, our creator's favorite, and make it an offering to him. You just gotta sit in your cupboard while we all starve. What about Arduin? I've done these ceremonies, and I've never seen the cake. Only the bourgeois... God, I can never pronounce that name. The rich pigs get to stuff themselves with it. In this way, we will show Arduin we follow his teachings. Peace, cooperation, and... Enough! Get down and I'll show you cooperation. Injustice, revolt, revolt! What is happening? My friends, there's no reason to treat each other this way. No reason, she says? Well, for you, that's true. You have nothing to worry about. You have food galore. While we're making the cake, we're not harvesting lentils for our kids. Calm down. Peasants. Do what the dragonfly tells you to do as usual. If the idea of being cursed by Arduin doesn't terrify you, you have more direct methods. Dynast guards, prepared to disperse the agitators. Ready to intervene. You want to rough us up? I thought Arduin didn't like violence. Do y'all think we can't defend ourselves? Revolt! Hide the ingredients. Set up a picket line. You want food? Eat this, you parasites. Boss. There's one, two, too many of them. Security impossible. Yeah, get out of here. Rise up. We'll be back, says Schwarzer. Naturally, the flying bugs are the ones who are the elite, which makes a weirdly strong amount of sense, doesn't it? Like, they just have such a natural advantage by being able to fly. Arduin. Oh, Melodane, you saw the sad scene, didn't you? It's terrible, truly terrible. Ceremony must continue. We must make haste. People refuse to listen, but the cook is in charge of preparing the offering, who is loyal to our cause. Yes, J. Palmer. His name is Remy. Of course his name is Remy. Dragonfly Saras. It seems like she wants this conflict to the end, and she definitely has a tea infuser. Bringing that cake can calm tensions. Were you paying attention? Just giving her the cake is not going to solve anything. Are you evil? Be they poor or rich, weak or powerful, all must live together in peace. You have thugs who enforce your will. Like, are you aware of that fact? Looks like one stage after this one. So yeah, we'll probably finish this up tomorrow. There's DLC to this game? Unfortunately, I think I agree with you, Malkaiser. I mean, look at that nonsense. Look, we've got this. Look at this. New kin. But yes, this is a really good game. And this is most important of all, it is a short game. We all know short games are better games 100% of the time than longer games. That's why almost every game that's on the list, that's at the top of the list, is actually a really long game. I mean, hell, StarCraft 2 is like, what, 80 hours? It does have DLC. I feel like I usually make it a point. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. I usually make it a point to check for DLC before we start a run. Oh, got it. Moving on. Pause the game. Are these sponges? And if so, why do they have this many? And also, how are they growing things in the sponges? That's a good point, Malkaiser. If you want to see a perfect game score, Metal Gear Solid 4. Hideo Kojima's pure genius is so amazing, it defies categorization. Oh yeah, no, I just have rotten sponges everywhere. Doesn't everybody? Our search for the signals brought to a halt. The peasants are rebelling against the dragonflies in the ceremony of Arduin. I hope the Dynas can handle the situation, but they can't. We will have no choice but to intervene, burn the fields, purge ambrosia for... Ah, you're losing your mind. As long as I lead the shield bug, such a thing will never happen. Can you picture the dragonflies stopping the moths from deploying the dentists against the farmers? I don't understand. What is our role? Our goal, Solaria? Leave. Head to Solarium. The dragonflies can't give any orders to the company if I'm up there. And we can keep looking for the signal far from all this chaos. There's way too much politics in this game. And by too much, I mean not enough. That's it, I'm dying. Tell my maggots I love them. What's up with you now, Slacker? Why don't you stop acting like a fool and get back to work? I broke my kneecap, boss. You don't have kneecaps, John, says Garfield. I believe so a game that's gotten no negatives on both axes in the same game, J. Palmer? I don't think so. I have covered games that have no negatives in the story axis quite often, actually. Usually in games that don't have enough story to qualify. Kind of a gimme percent, you know? I have also covered games that got no gameplay negatives, usually really good games. There's a lot to clean up around here. A lot of dung beetles will work till they're rolled over to Balnea until everything calms down. What are those? Can't stand the cattle anymore. I know people need egglets and juice, but it's always the same thing. I want to see the world, see the capital. I don't want to know what those things are. I just want them all to die. I think even Portal 2 had no negatives at all. I know what the kiddo wants to get out of bros, but I don't have anyone to replace him right now, and we can't stop working. Folk would starve to death. How bad is your setup that you're in a state where you are constantly in threat of starvation? Don't answer that question. It's true, the important people won't starve. They're fine. They've got plenty of food. They're up in the cupboards with the other flyers. I love the idea now of, like, an insect hierarchy where the flyers are just the upper echelons. And the flyers aren't really unified, but they all just kind of agree to push back against all the non-flyers. That's a good question, Linerith. See, the problem there is that it's easy to tell when you're challenging yourself early on, right? But once you've plateaued, either your first plateau or your second plateau, then, I mean, by some definitions, you probably shouldn't challenge yourself. In other words, there is such a thing as challenging yourself too much, right? Aha! 1 negative each. I knew it, J. Palmer. Grandpappy Partipoopa told me the world was different outside of Balnea, but the world of light seems dangerous. Are you going to fix everything like you did at home? Nope. I'm going to help the rich and defeat the poor. Yeah, you're very creepy. And you're gone. Yeah, cool. Is that a donut? I will say, I rather unironically enjoyed A Bug's Life, Scales of Justice. I know it gets kind of crapped on for being an early Pixar film, but I still think it's a good film today. It's just not at the level of some of their other stuff. What can you do? Oh, and sack, that's a lot of lentil flour, just one party. Isn't it? The creator's a big boy, it would seem. Otherwise it'd be far too much. Must have an appetite, he does. He fixes up the house, fills up the seed stocks, even your seed stocks. You never complain when flowers stop popping in your larders. Can't believe it. We haven't had Ardwin in the area for a long time. How are you going to believe in those fairy tales? No. Daddy says the world's actually a big flat pie, carried on the back of a cockroach, and if you run up towards the crust, you'll fall eventually. But Daddy says a lot of silly things. Don't be ridiculous. The world may be run by miniature sentient bugs, but it is not flat. Jeez. People. Eat that, you fool. It's not for us, it's for Ardwin. Oh, it's a shame, though. It really looks like food. And it looks tasty. If there's no pollen, you don't eat it, you big fat idiot. I'm not fat, I'm big boned. You're a bug, you don't have bones. I think. I could also be wrong about that factoid. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of the heartless world. Just as it is the soul of social conditions where the soul is excised, it is the opium of the people. Are those random words you're spouting, or are you actually saying something? When you drunk talk, you talk like a capital fool, friend. Come on, serve me Garsona. We're sisters, same blood in our veins. You're not gonna abandon your You're your little sister mid-challenge, are you? You know it's not normal to swallow twice your body weight in booze, right? I have no idea what magic, by which magic you're still alive. Probably some sort of necromancy. Go to Mom's place, sleep it off, or I'll force you to drink water. No, I still haven't been to Solarian yet. Yeah, if you manage to take 3 steps before collapsing. It's a hostage situation. Some of us want to go back to work. If we can't work, we can't buy no nectar. Or Doomiz. What are we going to do? Drink water? How am I going to feed John Paul, John Jones, Albert, John Carios, John Wick, John Live, John Doe, and John Cena, John Len, John Wayne, John Bond, John Mike, John Butler, John Smith? Lordy, we had that many or just making some up? Don't worry about it. Isn't it wonderful? I've been here drinking since this mess began, and they're all too busy to even notice. Vive la revolution. Here's to you. Silver fish, silver. It's as strange as if there were maybe other types of fish. Cousins? Do they like water like us? I wish we could meet some. Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Actually, if you're paying attention, there was a John Wick in that list. Spelled differently, but still. Shortcut. Alright, Ginger Ninja, hit me. What's your terrible, terrible super weapon? Not implying you're terrible, just that super weapons are terrible. Congrats, J. Palmer. Which game? I'd say I'm surprised we never got any good Toy Story games, but then I remembered it's technically under Disney, and Disney has had this vendetta against video games for literally 20 years. Because of stodgy, old-minded fools who think that video games are for babies and are not worth their time and attention. I'm not making that up, by the way. Remember I mentioned earlier how some executives will just out of spiteful pride torpedo things? Similar. I do remember the old Disney platformers back in the 80s and 90s. Mostly under Capcom, but there were several other developers too. Those were legit. Ugh. What about Toy Story 2 on the PlayStation 1? Think about how long ago that game was, and remember my statement about 20 years. Then think about how long ago the PlayStation 1 was. Then cry. I mean, on the one side, it's really frustrating, but on the other, it's probably a good thing, because you know Disney wouldn't actually make good games based on their IPs, right? They would make trash games. They would make licensed games based on their IPs, and they would suck. The Dragonflies created this absurd religion, but at least they seem to believe in it. True, for the moths, however, faith is but a means of control. They are more toxic than the most toxic of our flowers. But the Dragonflies aren't exactly complaining about the support of the moths and their army of dynasts. What a putrid alliance. I'm sure I could take one of them on a duel. Slow, brainless. So there you go. The moths are actually the evil ones here. I mean, it's funny you say that because they have been making Mobage games, as Jay Palmer just pointed out. let's hit the table next. Oh my god, look at him moving around. Look at him. Look, oh god. Did you see the swarm? Behold the swarm. I actually haven't reviewed Pikmin 3. So that'll be part of the Pikmin block someday. I need to decide what genre the Pikmin games are. Puzzle, I suppose? That's a good question. I don't know, Lanareth. Are 61? Good god. Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. Where are you going? Yes, J. Palmer. Although it's not as bad. Oh, sorry, Ginger Ninja. Bioengineered plague that humans are immune to, but aliens aren't. So you're saying the rebels actually came up with this plague? Saw Gerrera's like, this'll totally stir up competition. And people will be like, oh my god, death to the Empire. And people are like, Saw, no, you've gone too far. And Saw's like, there's no such thing as going too far when it comes to killing the Empire. And then Saw flies off on a motorcycle. I like it, Ginger Ninja. I honestly don't remember, J. Palmer, off the top of my head. Give me a minute and some Google time and I can tell you. Good night, 040. I love the death animation. People told me to stock up. Says tomorrow there won't be a damn thing left in the shelves with this revolt. We'll have to see how many crates of Mal back can carry. What do they use for money? Dude, you real? It wasn't me. Why'd the protesters have to mess up my mail pile? 3/4 of it gone. Dude, I can't be bothered. Could you do it for me? You are the literal worst. Here, hello, I'm the founder of the Golden Ergo. You might have tried some refined establishments. I'll warn you up front, I'm rather cliche. I make a whole lot of bad puns about bread. This revolt is long as day without bread. Depriving the maws of their flowers is one thing, but what about us? How are we supposed to make our dough? Taking bread from the mouths of my customers. Think of the little guy. I ain't following along with this. Picking up the crumbs as they protest. 100% official juice. Locally sourced, organic, absolutely officially comestible. Slimy, yet satisfying. Tonight's the night. The final struggle. They're bound to lose. Do your part, comrade. Prepared notice boards in secret. I need you to stick these posters up. We will take the last sleeping consciences and bring them into the struggle. Those while we're here. Consciences? That sounds wrong. I know it isn't, but it sounds wrong. Whoop. Conscience? I don't know. Thief? No, no, I'm not a thief. I mean, functionally, yeah, we're stronger than everyone else because we have the Tinykin, and no one else can control the Tinykin. They can blow things up, they can build things. Like, we can do stuff like this, you know? None can stop us. Pop quiz. What's that country right there? The map. Oh yeah, they're also 100% loyal. They do not have the capacity to disobey us. Become my literal platform to victory, my minions. Like the yogurt and butter is a whole different can of worms. And the cauldron, the larder of the elites. Suros, the great dragonfly, never strays from the key nor from her guards. I mean, these stupid things are basically the one ring of this setting. And we're Sauron. Aw, I can't go in the toaster and die. Just like in real life. The cupboard's barricaded, but I have an idea. We can use the toaster as a cannon. We just need to plug it in. Yeah, my actual first thought was France, and then I looked at it a little bit closer. I was like, that's not the shape of France. Well, I wonder if I can... Please let me burn to death. Please. We don't actually have health. You're either dead or you're not. So I guess technically we do have health. 1. Yeah, exactly. I gotta work so hard to kill myself. To commit suicide. Just for you, YouTube. Just for you. Commit suicide on the fascists. YouTube sucks. Okay, here we go. I think it's all 3. Hey, I'm heading back there later on. I'm just shortcutting a little bit on my way. Okay. Actually, AFK super quick. Double check this. There we go. So what are we feeling? Germany or France? Well, it's obviously stylized. Great Wolsey. So that's a moth? Wow. I thought they were like cockroaches or something. Okay. The moths are jerks. And confirm. After all, I've played Grounded. What? I guard the tax office. Poor is poor, rich is rich. That is the way it is. Anyone who asks questions get bashed. But... you know, valid point, Blade of all. And we're dead. Let's head up, shall we? Good night, J. Palmer. Get good rest, or be destroyed. Yeah, they're all cute looking, though, period. Think Saturday morning cartoons, period. Sorry. Someone asked about the game we're playing. Well, there's the sugar. We'll come back to that. Those tomatoes? Like really tiny baby tomatoes? I guess food is their currency, which, yeah, that tracks. Spain? Also, we just committed tax fraud. Don't read into that, IRS. Five minutes later. We need to talk to you about your taxes. Oh, God. They found me. I don't know how, but they found me. That's true. I'm now qualified to run for the president. Of which country? Doesn't matter. That's an interesting way to transfer the water. The straws there. More electric dudes. I've noticed the story hasn't budged essentially 1 inch since we got to the garden area. You remember that? I was like, hey, here's the garden area. Here's a hint of something that's going on, and that was it. That's as far as the story's gone. It's not fair. It's an injustice. Take the eggs if you want, but don't break them, please. We won't have enough for the ceremony. I don't know what I'd do if we lost some. And if they fire me, they might as well just prepare my bundle and go. Okay. What's so special about this machine? It has fascinating properties, I think, but appears to not be plugged in. Hope it's not another one of your twisted plans to exploit me. Yes, I get it. One of them's Edison and one of them's Tesla. I am well aware of the implications. Ah, dang. With Mel Kaiser, the doodad design in these stages is kind of crazy. It's actually part of the level design too, which makes it even more impressive. See, I would try to imitate the lines being said by Doc Brown, but I don't think anybody's physically capable of imitating him, Christopher Lloyd, in his prime, you know? He's just got a unique twang to how he talks. What do you think? Well, yeah, it just he really throws himself into it. Let's see what happens if we power up the microwave, shall we? It is now 12 o'clock. And there's nothing in there, so that's worthless. Okay, so before we do the eggs, or the toaster... No, DeQuack, no! You see, we tried a kind of flourless cake. Without sugar, butter, or yogurt. It's still more or less edible, right, Chef? I think I'd rather eat elsewhere. I hear the dung beetles make better food. Yeah, thanks, Cordon Ramsay. Well done, comrade. All is well known. A few posters will definitely change our opinion of people completely opposed to our ideology. Sharing is caring. Right. Hey, random. Although, as I've pointed out several times, this actually isn't like Pikmin at all. But I highly recommend it if you like, say, Spyro, which this is much more like. How you doing, random? A little bit higher. Let's do this route. I do highly recommend playing this game, by the way. This short little jaunt, probably going to be a little over 10 hours. Yeah, it's Spyro with a Pikmin coat of paint over it. And a little splash of Paper Mario on the side. Like, you notice even, like, the storytelling and world building are kind of Paper Mario-esque. So there's our robbery of the day. Hey, you, pleb. I need someone who isn't afraid to get their hands dirty. I use this tunnel for my, business. And one of my associates lost a gem of high value at the end after a transaction. Tunnel's solid. I know it well. You'll need to be able to glide to 5 to go through it. I can't do it myself. My wings can't take the humidity. However, you'll be rewarded. Do I have 5 right now? I do. I have 6. Very true, Linerith. Don't forget, under ideal circumstances, depending on what you're going for, your weight should actually go up, because muscle is heavier than fat. Like, I weigh a decent amount, but the overwhelming majority of that is muscle, not fat. Something I have to remind myself of periodically, just how discouraging it can be. Now remember, wait, what's Phantom Brigade? I mean, Photoshop sucks. I'd take any of the cheap or free versions on instead of that, you know? Screw Photoshop. I want the Zerg Swarm here. Leave this freezer open because that's not going to be good for the motor. Just saying. Exactly, Linerith. Ugh. It's a pretty common trap we all fall into. And again, I put myself in that category too. Because you look at the weight and it's like, ugh, I'm making no progress at all. I like to do really simple, tangible ways to kind of track my progress. Like, you know, looking down and seeing what kind of an angle I see on my belly, or, you know, doing exercises and telling how easier it is, or how far I can bend over without any kind of issues. You get it. Stuff like that. Something tangible, something you can look at and say, that's progress. Okay, so we want to go up there. Still not sure how to get up there. I think that's actually it. I think we've been most of the places in this room now. Let's go get our flower really quick. Oh yeah, let's die really quick. Okay, now let's go get our flower really quick. Oh yeah, short sizes. That's another one. Hey, Saber for wife. Actually, yeah. Being able to pull your pants off without sitting down. That actually tracks. Or how hard it is to clasp certain pants. Especially ones that were a little bit too tight for you before. Like I said, I know it sounds so stupid. But I prefer those kind of tangible things to track that kind of stuff. Let's go and get the cannon going, shall we? We should have enough. Or yeah, how far the belt goes. That's a good one. I mean, circumference is a little bit more measurable, though, other than weight. Weight is really misleading. There's a reason why when people are actually doing, you know, weight measurements, they always encourage you to do it at about the same time of day, under the same circumstances. Because even stupid things like how much you've drank that particular day, or when you've been to the bathroom most recently, can actually change your weight. Yep, there's the rich people area. Time to go take out the Bois Guiche, which is not pronounced that way, but I can never remember how to pronounce it. So we're just going to call him the Bois Guiche from now on. Any questions? The Burger Geese. I like it. They're hoarding all the burgers. Rise up and reclaim your burgers, my minions. Or, I mean, fellow allies who are definitely not minions. That is a bit high. Burgers. I'm gonna have a chicken sandwich for dinner myself. And it's gonna be extremely good. It'll be dripping with nothing, because I don't do sauce in my chicken sandwiches, but by golly, it'll be dripping with whatever it is you want, Linnea Ruth. I don't know what you're into. Ah! Damn it. My reflexes saved my life, and I actually would have rather died, so I could have respawned up top. Damn it. Suicide failed. Well, pretend it's like super mega vegan chicken. It's Star Trek chicken, right? Did I get this? I have. Okay, cool. Yeah, I want a chicken sandwich that's dripping with chicken. I like it. We've been over there? Yes, we have. We still haven't gone to the rich district, but I kind of want to save that for last. So let's go over here first. I mean, it's Star Trek, Linnea Ruth. You know how bonkers their tech is. Okay, that was a depth perception issue. Let's just accept a death. Faster. Yeah, chicken is kind of the eggs of meat. There's just so much you can do with chicken. I mean, yeah, absolutely, Linnea Ruth. Ignoring the fact that Troy once talked about making, like, chocolate that wasn't chocolate. You know, something that tasted like chocolate but had healthy nutritional value to it. Even ignoring that, you cannot tell me that with replicator technology, they can't make healthy food that tastes good. I mean, if you eat food regardless, it's probably gonna... Like, if you eat too much food, it's probably gonna make you fatter. But, like, if you eat a reasonable amount of food, and it happens to be burgers and milkshakes all day, then, yeah, no. Actually, chocolate is legitimately healthy under several circumstances. That is a true statement. When when I was feeling very unwell, one of the things I would do is I would keep a bar of 99% on hold, just when I needed to settle myself a little bit. Okay, so we did all that. Let's go ahead and... Where was the mailbox? Does anyone remember where the mailbox was in this stage? Because I don't remember off the top of my head. I've been keeping track of a lot of things in my head as I go through these stages, and I've lost the mailbox. How is water still... Okay. Just gonna let it go. Just gonna let it go. I mean, I keep waiting for there to be some kind of story twist plotty kind of a thing, and at this point I'm not sure it's going to happen. We are, near as I can tell, one stage away from the last stage of the game. Xbox going the Sega route random? Believe it or not, I'm not super in favor of it. Sony going that route, I'd be totally down for. But Sega? Sorry. Xbox? The Xbox serves a really good and valuable purpose in the gaming space. It is there for people who want to be able to game, who don't have, you know, the time and availability and money and all the other things that are necessary in order to either go with a PC or a PlayStation, right? And yeah, Sony's already leaning PC, so I think it is a net bad thing for us, for the actual people, for Xbox to go away. My personal opinion. It's not exactly perfect, but nothing. How are these vines in here? Probably a better question. How are these Christmas lights strung inside the pipes? Ooh, ooh, ooh. What about you guys? What do you think about the Xbox thing? Interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought. I should mention I have also never owned an Xbox. I stand by my opinion, though. There's some internal politics going on at Microsoft, is the short answer, Czar. Good job, you didn't drown. Unlike nothing, ignore that. Here's a job well done. Earns a wage, I suppose. But yeah, the one of the possible outcomes of the current internecine politicking going on at Microsoft right now is that the Xbox might go away functionally, completely, and instead just become a developer and publisher instead of hardware. Again, the Sega route. So I think we just have the rich area left. Go turn in these letters. Still missing one. It's okay, they're making the PSP 3 soon, Malkaiser. Or at least that's the current rumor. Let's see what the rich people have, shall we? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft decides to try and compete with the Steam Deck soon. That kind of filled a nice little niche in gaming. A lot of seeds up here. Of course, they wield screwdrivers and pencils. Oh my god, look at all this food! God, no wonder the people are revolting. And this is all the freaking moths. It's a scandal we're gonna starve. The reserves in the cold room are not infinite. I wish someone would do something about these peasants and save us from our hunger. And do it for Arduin. Yeah, of course. Enough of these capricious crawlers. They use our land, graciously lent, and our protection. It's time to throw them in the pit with the dung beetles. Replace them, get things in hand. Understand the sentiment, but replace them with whom? The big folk, of course. They're strong and docile, and how hard could farming be? Yes, boss. Smash the lentils, smash the cooks, smash the merchants. Yeah, no. What about that strange individual with the tufty hair? He had a whole army of motivated workers. They call him Melane, I believe. Well, what are you waiting for? Join us. Please? We need to talk. We've made a terrible mistake. Don't say it. We should have crushed the lazy peasants when they started defying that idiot dragonfly. No, you're completely wrong. Watch your language, counselor. My apologies. I haven't been at court for long. From an external perspective, the reason for this disagreement is apparent. Gradually, the demands of the rich have become greater and greater, but what we bring in management and protection hasn't changed. So you're saying our supply no longer meets their demand, is that it? In other terms, yes, such a revolt doesn't come about by magic. See this community as a market. We need to supply more or demand less. Okay. We'll be back. What will I become without my things? I am nothing. A poor, lost, hungry. You're so stingy, even for a moth. You cannot become the richest insect in the house by spending what you have. Oh, you do know your adoptive nephews went all the way to Sanctuary to pray to Adwin and their roof might get fixed, right? We're business moths, not monsters, you nag. I know, that's why I'm so distressed. How will their prayers be heard if the ceremony of the really big cake of Arduin doesn't happen? Darling, you keep on like this, someone's gonna punch you in the face. Nice people, these moths. So, let's just kill the moths, and problem solved. We're done. Any questions? Wow, we are missing a lot of stuff. Like, a lot. Sorry, Malkaiser, you were born incorrectly. You are now one of the ants. Congrats. is that in the top shelf? Sorry, once again, born incorrect in Melkaiser. Bad. There is possibly... I would say there's an extremely likely possibility of a Nintendo Direct at the same time as the Xbox Direct. Whatever the hell they call theirs. I also say it's only about, let's say a 20% chance that it'll be announcing the new Switch. Now that announcement will come next month. Almost guaranteed. Hell, I've been predicting that for the better part of 2 years now. And what's funny is as we get closer, people are starting to notice, like, hey, signs are pointing to the fact that he was right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to brag, but it's always nice when I make a prediction that far in advance. And I'm right. Now, I haven't been right yet. I might be wrong. But I'm probably right. Alright, so I have 86. I think that's actually enough to start gathering ingredients. I believe. I hope so, Truna 4. But if we're being honest, it's just a coin flip at this point. 50-50. Yeah, no, exactly. Sorry. Exactly. Sony has shown signs for years that they actually don't know what they're doing. They just occasionally luck into success. There's also a non-zero chance that Sony follows a pattern. I've talked about that before, but that pattern also isn't 100% conclusive. Either way, who knows what the hell they're going to go with next. Like, the PS5 has not been bad in terms of financial success, but it certainly hasn't been the juggernaut of, say, the PS4. And I mean, nothing's going to beat the PS2. That's just... I think this is my favorite song of the various songs so far. This in stage 1. This is why I was putting this off until I finished the stage, by the way. It's also worth noting backwards compatibility isn't a binary state. It could be like backwards compatible with digital purchases that you already got on your Switch account. It could literally have a Switch slot in it, so you could just plug in Switch games into it. It could have specific games that you could, like, spend $5 and gain access to the ability to go ahead and play on your new account that are Switch games. Like, there's some options here. Long freaking trip, but I think they're done, so I think we can move on. Yep, okay. Let's go get the eggs. Well, no. Actually, let's save the eggs for last. Probably not. I like Nintendo games quite a bit, but Nintendo Corporate are still, you know, Nintendo Corporate. Stealing all your sugar. I mean, no judgment. The games I played the most on my PSP that weren't PSP games were the PS1 games that I could get on it. Yo! This game is just trash, Zeiss. It's garbage, it's junk, it's the worst game ever made. Is Walker here? This is the greatest game I've ever played. 10 out of 10 game. This is a chill game, Zeiss. Pikmin is a puzzle game. A stressor puzzle game. It's just a distinction, that's all. Where are you taking that corn? For real, where are they taking the corn? It probably looks very similar to Pikmin, because a lot of people have been saying that. But it really, trust me, it really isn't. Listen, we all know I hate Hollow Knight because I gave it a good score. And no, I'm never gonna let that go. Where are we taking this popcorn? I mean, I've already kind of answered that question, because here we are. I believe so, yes, Savacom. That's right, my best reviewed game on the site, Dragon Quest II, is a JRPG. Right, well, while we're here, let's get the eggs. Up, 2, 3, 4. Up, 2, 3, 4. By the way, I just wanted to mention thank you for the compliment. I know that's a minor thing to comment, but I noticed that you complimented my system, and I appreciate it. Thank you. It is nice to hear positive feedback. It's also nice to hear negative feedback if it's actually legitimate, but it is still nice to hear positive feedback. Are we seriously putting popcorn in the cake batter? No. So where's the popcorn go? I don't remember popcorn being a thing. And it's not a thing for the cake, so the popcorn goes somewhere else. Where's the popcorn go? Like, that was a whole honkin' side quest. A big side quest to get that popcorn. They pretty much mandated doing the entire zone in order to gain access to it. Hi, Ross. You know what game I really liked? Breath of Fire 3. That's where the popcorn goes. Wait, this isn't at all what I told you to do. Oh, wait, the smell. The texture. Oh, I love gold. Oh, sorry. I am amazing. A new recipe to put stars in their eyes. Here's a bonus for good obedience. Okay. Creepy and gross. Just gonna pretend we never saw that. But that's our third artifact, and that's the big thing I was missing. So now, all we need is the butter. And the sugar. Wait, I forgot about sugar. Sugar was up. Sorry, I did actually miss that. I apologize, Ice. This is... I call this a chill game, but it's actually taking a lot of my attention. I apologize. If you're sure... Okay. I really don't think that stay asleep through the bombs. I really don't think that Kojin will take that long, so we will 100% be starting Starfield this week. However, every time I say that, I curse myself, so now we're going to start Starfield next week. Probably going to go down here. Maybe? Now, FF4 is a good game. It's just, it's not FF6, you know? So, okay, games that I was looking forward to, have a good time, but got disappointed when I got in and played it. Yeah, like, that happens a lot, honestly. Like, that probably happens more often than it doesn't. Like, just right off the top of my head here, let's look at the last few games we played. Let's just pull up the latest thing on lorerunner.com. So we've got Breath of Fire 3, which I thought would score higher than it would. Mario Brothers 3, yeah, that just, oh. That was disappointing. We've got Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts. Remember, that was a game I was looking forward to. We've got Oxygen Not Included. Still a good game. Just power issue. Wargroove, which is a game I've been looking forward to since it was announced. Star Wars Squadron, again, a game I was looking forward to since it was announced. And Shadows Over Loathing, which, I mean, I loved West Over Loathing, so yeah, of course I was into that. Where are you going? Looks like you're going this way. The good news is I don't really have any more hype for Starfield. I also am not dreading it. It's completely neutral. So you'll walk in blind. We'll see how it be. Where's the butter? Oh, I know where the butter is. That didn't happen to me with Hollow Knight. Actually, kind of the opposite happened. I had predicted that Hollow Knight was going to suck. I mean, Souls-like based on bugs. That just sounds like something I'm going to hate. By the quite contrary, I actually found myself enjoying Hollow Knight quite a bit. So, yay. Also, almost all bosses that game, and no cheats, as is pretty much my normal for Souls-like games. I have gotten one spoiler for Starfield. Today, I was told it has a New Game Plus mode. Super spoilers. No, no real spoilers, no. While they're doing that, let's go get the butter. Frostpunk 2. I am definitely hyped for Frostpunk 2. Absolutely. And I'm a little hesitant because I am a little bit already burned on that because of City Skylines 2, which just, you know... Honestly, probably Mass Effect 4, Malkaiser. Now, which one of those would be the better game? More interesting question. I know, Zeiss. Oh, wait, did Rail... that sucks, my Komodo. I'm guessing Railway Empire 2 is just not as good as the original. That is a damn shame. Because that makes 3 Paradox games that were disappointing. Possibly not bad, but definitely disappointing. Imperator, which I haven't played. Empire of Sin, which I haven't played. And City Skylines 2, which I am substantially more familiar with. And that's just... that sucks. However, there have still been some good things coming out. Stellaris is still going strong. I actually rather liked Crusader Kings 3 quite a bit. And I'm looking forward to playing Victoria 3 someday. Haven't actually played it yet. Yeah, Subnautica Below Zero. That's another good answer. That's another game that I was really hyped for. And then it was Subnautica Below Zero. That was disappointing. So, a way to avoid spoilers about upcoming or releasing games without ditching the internet. Yeah, but the problem is, you just have to be a little bit more careful about how you internet. A lot of people say, I don't mean this as a negative thing, but a lot of people, when they say internet, what they mean is social media. It's really easy to avoid spoilers on the internet. All you have to do is not go to news sites, which are of course going to have spoilers, not randomly browse YouTube, easy enough, and not peruse social media. I don't do any of those things, so no problems. Boom. Also, does this cake look terrible to anybody else? Look at that thing. Yeah, there's also the ability to use either use private mode or one of those plugins that mute stuff. Look at this cake! Look at this cake! That's just a yogurt... Okay, whatever. Oh god, no. No, no! Metroid Dread absolutely exceeded expectations. Honestly, I know that sounds weird, because I was expecting to like Micro Dread. I was expecting to like Metroid Dread, just like I was expecting to like Wonder, but as I've said with regards to Wonder, even I was a little surprised by the level of quality Dread had. Like, Dread was really, really, really good. Possibly the best Metroid game we've ever had. I really think its only competition is Prime 1 and Super. I don't know. I don't know. How? Rich and poor united around a meal, laughing, exchanging, communicating. Once again, the teachings of Arduin brought us peace. It is tradition that dragonflies receive a tea infuser upon finishing our religious training. It symbolizes our desire to unite. I wish to give you mine. I know you'll make good use of it. Controls is definitely one, Ross, but also flow. Dread is so butter smooth. Super is a smooth game, but Dread is... I've never seen a game that plays as smoothly as Metroid Dread, ever. It is top tier. Like, it's... And it's so intuitive. It is so incredibly intuitive. What does Super do better? Several aspects of level design, and several aspects of enemy and encounter design. Super does pretty much better right off the top of my head. I will also say Super kind of does narrative a bit better, just across the board. Not that Dread exactly has a bad narrative. But Super had the unique distinction of being a game that they wanted... I'll talk about this during the run. They wanted Super to be a heavy story-focused game, and they just didn't have the time and the tech and the money and the resources, so they compromised. And the compromise they came up with was really freaking good. Having said all of that, the only way to really tell if Super or Dread is going to be doing better than each other is to review them side by side. I would also agree that Super's bosses are probably superior to Dread's. Oh yeah, and Dread has superior viscerality over Super. Dread is very visceral. Dread also has better world building, whereas Super has, I'd say Super and Dread kind of have equal external continuity, actually, since both are logical follow-throughs of their respective games. Dread will definitely have a character positive over Super, because Samus is perfect in Dread, just perfect. Characterized through animation. As I think I've told you before, Ross, Super is an even better game than I thought it was, because as I was doing a backseat run for a friend of mine, I realized there's even better components of it. I'm not going to spoil it all. We'll get there. We'll get there. I need to hold off at least some of that for when we get there. God, that's such a freaking good game. What did we manage? We missed about 68... We missed... What? Oh, I never actually picked it up. Listen, it's not my fault that I have terrible taste in game size, okay? What do you want from me? Where's... There he is. Prime 1 will probably be very high up, if for no other reason than the fact that we're going to be using the remaster of Prime 1. And while it's mostly a graphical update, it's a good graphical update, and the controls are much better. They also did a couple of little refinement things, little tiny details, which are going to axe some of the negatives I was planning to give Prime 1. So, it's a solid remaster. No, Torch Monster. Don't mind me. Impressive. I can Truniform. That's the dream. This thingy is the keystone of the project. It makes sure we... just trust me, okay? It's in Solarian Park. Absolutely, Ross. And pretty much, yeah. That I would... If you told me that those were done by the same team, I would not be surprised by that fact. So, in case you're wondering what happened just there, I was sitting there waiting for my Tinykin to pop out so I could go up, and then realized that they weren't, because I don't have them, because I'm in the hub area. Sculpted knowledge is an object Arwen designed and manipulated whenever he showed himself away to work. The disposition of the sticks and colored rings can be changed at will. According to Arwen, it's like a map of life and the key to lost knowledge. The meaning of this sculpture is beyond any of the temple's best minds. We wait for the day we can understand this superb artwork. How far did you get into Odyssey, anyways? I know you got to Donk City, excuse me. I think so. Von Falkenstein. And then you said Phantom Brigade, and then I said, what's Phantom Brigade? And then no one answered me. So now we're going to pause the stream and Google Phantom Brigade. What is Phantom Brigade? Let's see. This one. Okay. Didn't we add this to the list? Hang on. Let's continue pausing the stream. Thank you for saying it that way, Roz. Let's see. And, looks like we didn't add Phantom Brigade. That's strange. Did I not add it here? Oh! Right! Phantom Brigade is the game you thought you donated towards, but you never did. And I remember that, because I double-checked that. And I checked everything. So, yes, sorry. So we are adding Phantom Brigade to the list. Absolutely. Because I already checked it. Already checked it. So. Yes, I did get it from Falkenstein. The vial. The contents have never leaked, Ard would be praised. There's only one instruction the generations of curators have passed down to each other. Never open the restrained chaos. Making sure this rule is followed is why the museum was created. Fortunately, the stopper is stuck to the opening. I would have been a disgrace to the entire house if something were to happen to it. What Arwen said of the item was passed down. What lies in this container is the ultimate evil, the remains of an insidious weapon, the last drops of a restrained chaos. But it must be preserved at all costs. An antidote cannot be created without the poison. One day I will succeed. Okay, a little more world building there. The flowers are unique, the last of their kind, in fact. Ardwin applied a special conservation gel, and the mantises have never found a way to recreate them. Also, they do not grow naturally elsewhere in the house, as others. They have a sad sort of beauty. Seeing them fills some with nostalgia and fills others with discomfort. They have gained the title of the funeral petals. Ardwin was deeply interested in living beings, and flowers were no exception. It seems like they were used in the concoction of certain preparations, and their conservation leaves no doubt as their importance. Ardwin is whatever human used to live in this house. Almost assuredly. Probably a scientist, based on what we saw. The creature, having spent some time in Sanctar, this shape should be familiar to you. Yes, it's the most ancient drawing of tardigrades we have discovered. A drawing created by Ardwin himself. He was passionate about those creatures, that only he could see. When he disappeared and the Temple of Ardwin came into existence, it seemed logical for these ethereal creatures to become a symbol of the faith. In a way, this drawing is architectural schematic for the Sanctine Temple. You know, machines of all sorts are scattered around the house, but no one knows how to make them. These are the creations of Ardwin, and only some of us are able to repair them. In any case, the creator deals with them himself from wherever he is, without us even noticing. This machine, the steel entrail, belonged to Ardwin. It is one of those devices he created himself. It seems he needed it, as he didn't hesitate to integrate it to his own body. Just as those of the house, these devices were not eternal. Ardwin always made sure they were repaired or replaced, and he continues to do that for us. Good afternoon, Evo. I hope sleep found thee well. The steel sting is from a brutal yesteryear. Pay no heed to its aged appearance. It seems to have been designed to pierce through many layers of chitin in just a quick thrust. It belonged to Ardwin, who taught us long ago the importance of pacifism. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrible trials such an interminable being would have to face to have needed this. When times are hard, force and violence defeat reason. This sinister blade is a reminder and a warning. The Ring of Eternity, named for the pattern engraved upon it, never ending. Ardwin is the only immortal we know, and as such, it isn't hard to draw the parallel. It was one of the objects that Ardwin held most dear, even though it doesn't seem to have a specific use. Its value is certainly not only artistic. It seems this type of ring is rare and irreplaceable. When Ardwin was among us, this item was always kept beside a similar companion ring, a tradition we plan to keep going. This is intact honor. Ardwin owned 2 plaques of this type. The first was almost destroyed by him in a fit of rage. This one, however, was very carefully looked after. According to Ardwin, this medal belonged to someone close whose honor remained intact. It is difficult to conceive what sort of being could be more honorable than the creator himself. As we try to understand, we keep a close eye so that this plaque may remain immaculate. Thank you for its swift return. Broken honor, a plaque given to Ardwin as a reward for something unknown by someone unknown. Originally, it was a sublime object made of precious engraved metal. It seems to have been a long source of pride for Ardwin. However, history has it that one day, taken with anger, he struck it so hard it suffered great damage. The event was so unexpected we still talk about it today. If you ask me, one can only break such a symbol of honor in hatred for the one who gave it, or for oneself. May Arvin forgive me for such an insult, but one does not need to be a museum curator to know that this drawing is more of a scribble or a sibling sketch. It seems to have been made hastily or fearfully. The being represented here has many common points with the common snail, but they're not exactly complex notes to draw. There remains two hypotheses. Either this drawing means nothing and it is idle doing, or it is of capital importance and the consequence of an existential threat. I must say I've heard certain reports and rumors of individuals feeling observed or hearing strange sounds in the walls. Be careful, huh? I actually just answered that, Evo. Near as we can tell, it's the human who used to live here. In the house that we're in. Hold on a second. Aha! I'm missing an artifact. I thought so. Thought my count was wrong. I need to go to Balnea. Which is one of these. I don't remember which. And they're not labeled. So of course they're not. Okay, this is not Balnea. Hang on. Nope, this is still... God damn it. Where's the... You must have a map. Can I fast travel? Is that a thing? I don't want to progress the plot. I want to go back to the future. Why did you put me here? I'm still missing 61 nectar. Somewhere. Did I go up there? I didn't do the races, but the races don't give nectar. And by nectar, I mean pollen, sorry. Different thing. The lore's interesting. It's mostly optional, but we started off with a weird, extensive dialogue piece voiced by the character we're playing as, which I point out as strange because he hasn't said a single line of dialogue since then. As in, literally, not one. And I find that very unusual. It's been weirding me out the whole game. Like, even at the very, very beginning, it's like, hi, I'm doing this whole thing, and here's my backstory, and here's what I'm after. And then it cut to this other guy talking to us, which we never responded to. As if we were suddenly a mute protagonist. Yeah, I've been up here. I mean, it's also possible they just tacked on that cinematic after the fact. Or like you say, they could only afford them for the one take. I don't know. Either way, this isn't where I want to be. This is also not where I want to be. This is a short game. We'll beat it tomorrow. Like, we're on the last stage. I'm just trying to backtrack to do something really quick. Yep. We're doing this, and then we're doing another short game, which we'll probably finish, I'd say, Wednesday. Then... And then we're playing 2 very long games in a row, followed by the Metroid block. And then the Zelda block. And the WoW block. Yeah, I'm weirded out that there's no map and or labels. Like, they've got these shortcuts, but I don't know which one leads to what. Oh, God, I actually forgot about Patchwalker. I keep forgetting about Patchwalker. Damn it. I don't know what you're saying, Savacom. This is the wrong place! Where is the... God damn it! Where is the place I want to go to? Ah! Okay. Okay, it's gotta be over here, because this is all, like, cleaning watery stuff, right? So surely... But then, like, what is this? This isn't even open yet, so I don't even know. This is, like, the toy room. So that's gonna be the final stage. It's gotta be that, then. It's literally the only place I haven't been. Goggles do not label anything. Can confirm. Please tell... Oh, thank God. Okay, it's Balnea. This is what I wanted. Odd. Okay. Where is the artifact? It probably has to do with the laundromat, because I never actually solved that. But I never saw another quest anywhere, and I still don't. The bathroom's called Balnea, yeah. What's the issue? For real, what's the issue? I don't get the joke, if there's a joke. Do I not have anyone with me? I do. Is it really Von Falkenstein? Well, considering this is set in Germany, France, or Spain, that makes sense. It actually makes me wonder if they deliberately made it, like, a vague map, just so it could be like any of the Western European nations, the big three or whatever. It's like, here you go, it's Europe. Where? It's Europe. Okay, so this is the first and only thing I'm going to Google. This is our first time Googling anything. That's true, there's no bidet. Negative to story. Where? Under the sink, next to the bathtub. Under the sink, next to the bathtub. Under the Zeiss, next to the bathtub. Thank you, Zeiss, very much. I do hope you get to join us for at least some of Starfield. And I will put that towards Horizon Forbidden West, Cyberpunk, and Dawn Trail. Under sink, next to bathtub. Bathtub is in the other side. There's the bathtub, here's the sink. What extremely obvious thing did I miss? Aha! I see what I missed. This is what I missed right here. Yep, it was under the sink, next to Zeiss. You hid it from me, Zeiss. It wasn't even gold. You know, Teddy and me, we've been setting the dance floor on fire for years, but I think the last party was the last. Teddy was doing a quadruple backflip with the 360 neck rotation when suddenly, splat! Slipped in a puddle. Look at this, he's all stained. He won't even talk or move. I thought all these years I'd have no choice. I must get Teddy cleaned! I never had the heart of the elbow grease, but you and your band of buddies can help, right? Yep. Do the washing machine, which I've actually already unlocked. No worries there. Yep. Negative to gameplay. Zeiss. Oh yeah, pro tip, if you ever want to wash your plushies in the laundromat, or in the washing machine, you can do it, just make sure to set it to not super nuke, but also, a good way to make sure that they stay okay is get like a pillowcase, put them in the pillowcase, and then do it that way. It helps them to not get thrown all over the place and get ripped or torn or anything like that. And yes, I'm actually enjoying this game quite a bit. The score isn't even indicative. I know that's sad, but like, oh man. This game is going to score pretty well. I'm going to just give that away. It is nice to have just a solidly good game, you know? Not a good game with asterisks, not a good game until it gets bad. Just a good game. And it definitely won't get bad now that I've said that. Yeah, don't do what this is doing. By the way, this is not how you wash your plushies. Then again, we saw what kind of magic ovens they have here. European ovens, am I right? I guess this is what European clothes washers look like. Do I seriously? Okay. When I was a lad, I was a sculptor, my boy. Best of the best. Then I found my pride and joy. A recipe for Duma's bread. That's basically Mountain Dew bread, if you're missing the context. I make it all myself. The dough, the modeling. Each loaf is a work of art, but you can eat it too. No, I'm good, thanks. Come, my minions, swarm! Swarm over everything! Mwahahaha! Mwahahaha! Teddy, he's clean. It's strange. He's changed, but he's still the same old Teddy. You can even still smell the Doomas from the time when... Oh, Teddy has some for you. The Ouroboros ring. Ring of New Beginning. Artifact get. Actually, yes. That is exactly what that means, Evo. And now we've gotten everything. Can I, like, warp here? Nope. Can I, like... Okay, I can hearth, but I can't warp. So, yeah, red blow up, purple grab stuff, green make platforms, yellow make different types of platforms, and light blue, teal, are... electric conductors. Electricity conductors. There it is. The Ring of New Beginning. This relic was always kept safe alongside another ring. Though they look the same at first, they seem to represent very different ideas. This one seems to display an unknown creature's maw devouring itself. The symbolism of this is still up for debate. In my opinion, it displays the fact that every beginning must lead to an end, and every end allows for a new beginning. However, if that's true, then the association with the other ring would be hard to explain, since the other ring is the Ring of Infinity. And that, I do believe, is where we'll go ahead and cut off for the day. I'm getting used to it, Melkaiser, but I still think it deserves that negative for the depth perception issue, because it's just not a great way to gauge where you're at, especially since you stay exactly the same when you do this with the camera, you know? And it's just like, where the hell am I? And some of these platforming puzzles are a little bit difficult, like not super difficult, but they're irritating enough that it gets frustrating to have to redo it over and over and over, because you're like, whoop, and then, well, okay, and then you miss the jump, right? Anyways, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, more of this. Probably the end of this. And then we'll see what we think of Kojin. See you around, guys.